Chapter 112. Inside the room, the officials were gathered together, reading the court bulletin, which clearly described everything that had happened in the north. Whether in terms of timeliness or richness of information, it was far more attractive than the newspaper published by the palace, especially since it contained news of the Kingdom of Qing's victory. Fan Xian smiled wryly as he took out the crumpled newspaper from his bosom. He apologized to the great calligrapher Pan Ling of the Library of Documents, then sat back down at his table and began to drink his tea. The people around him were talking excitedly about the war, and no one noticed his silence. Instead, it was the vice minister who looked at him and smiled, motioning for him to come out. Fan Xian walked out, somewhat uneasy, and arrived at a secluded spot. This was already deep in the courtyard, where there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The vice minister motioned for him to sit down, then smiled. Everyone is celebrating, but you sit alone in silence. Why? The vice minister's name was Ren Shaoan. He had once been a distinguished man, and had later married a princess. Since then, he had steadily climbed up the ranks in Taichung Temple. It was somewhat similar to the situation Fan Xian was facing today. Fan Xian wasn't sure whether or not Sir Ren was grieving over something, and so he didn't know how to respond. All he could do was smile faintly. The royal court's victory is a matter of course, so it's not a surprise. Why is it a matter of course? Ren Shao asked curiously. Fan Xian really didn't have much to say about military affairs, so he could only evade. His Majesty is wise, and his soldiers are loyal. Northern Qi has a guilty conscience, so naturally they won. Ren Shaoan smiled at him. I just remembered that the war between the 2 countries has something to do with the assassination attempt, Sir Fan. Fan Xian was startled. He also remembered that one of the excuses the Kingdom of Qing used to defend Qi and aid Zhao was that assassins from northern Qi had infiltrated the capital, intending to murder the son of a minister. Thinking of the corpses along the banks of the northern border, and the empty women of the various provinces and prefectures, Fan Xian didn't know why, but he felt a little stifled. He sighed. Soldiers are weapons of murder. Saints have no choice but to use them. He knew that although the Kingdom of Qing had been at peace for more than a decade, the martial spirit in its bones had not faded, so he was very careful to hide it. But in front of Ren Shaoqing, he thought it was just a casual chat, so he spoke casually. Ren Shaoqing seemed to appreciate his words and nodded his head. Even so, we have gained a lot of land this time. The Kingdom of Qing will have a few more years of peace. It is worth it. Fan Xian was not a pedantic pacifist. He smiled and acknowledged this fact. Ren Shaoqing continued, although all the military achievements will go to His Majesty, the imperial court has been secretly planning for this for 2 months. It can be said that they have racked their brains. Fan Xian immediately sensed something else from these words. He knew that the vice minister was saying that the civil service in the court had also contributed a great deal to the war. After all, Fan Xian had 2 lifetimes of experience. He knew that in the end, fighting a war was a battle of logistics, so he sincerely said, the great officials of the court also deserve great credit. Ren Shaoqing smiled in satisfaction and continued, the Prime Minister and you are about to become father and son-in-law. If you have the time, it would be more appropriate for you to pay a visit to him. Of course. Thank you, Vice Minister, for the reminder. Fan Xian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He was about to marry Warner, but he had not yet paid a visit to his future father-in-law. This was somewhat inexcusable. But this was supposed to be an open relationship between the Lin Manor and the Fan Manor. Why would Ren Shaoqing tell him this in private? As expected, Ren Shaoqing said quietly, Teacher hopes that you will go to the Prime Minister's manor alone. He does not want to alarm too many people. Fan Xian accepted the order fearfully. The next day, the court was filled with flattering words. The military received many rewards, and the Fourth Bureau of the Overwatch Council was also rewarded by an imperial edict for their intelligence. But to everyone's surprise, Count Sinan, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Fan Jian, stepped forward and said that this victory was all thanks to the prime minister's racking his brains. He had prioritized the affairs of the state before the affairs of his family. He had smoothed out the logistics and had provided them with sufficient provisions. The officials were in an uproar. They did not understand why their political enemies were so harmonious today. But when they thought about the marriage between the two families, they suddenly understood. What was even more unexpected was that Guiyu, the Minister of Rights, who had always been on the Prime Minister's side, spoke out against it. Most unexpected of all, Chen Pingping went to court. When His Majesty asked him about it, he sat in his wheelchair and softly said, "The Prime Minister has worked hard." At this point, the political enemies who had been attacking the Prime Minister over the collusion between Wu Boan and Northern Chief suddenly quieted down. His Majesty had issued an imperial edict to comfort him, and Lin Ruofu had regained his footing. And there was a rumor in the court that the Prime Minister, because of the marriage alliance with the Fan family, had turned to the second prince. The second prince, who had originally had no support in the court, had suddenly become a powerful figure. No one knew that behind all this, the depressed Ren Shaoqing of Taichung Temple and the 8th-level functionary of Taichung Temple were chatting under the courtyard wall. Through Fan Xian, he had sold his father-in-law a favor. This time, he felt a little more secure. Although he was still afraid that the Prime Minister would find out that he had ordered people to kill the second young Master Lin, he did not have to hide like he had for the past 2 months. He did not have to go to Taichung Temple every day. He only had to go to the temple once every 10 days. That afternoon, Fan Xian rode in a carriage to the royal courtyard. Now that his marriage to the girl in the courtyard was known throughout the capital, and with Fan Manor's generosity, the guards in charge had begun to turn a blind eye. Fan Xian and his sister walked in together. They were not in the mood to look at the wild flowers and weeds in the garden. They just followed the gravel path to the small building. Fan Ruoruo was a little surprised. "Brother, you seem to be familiar with this place." Fan Xian smiled. "I have a good memory. It's not like you don't know that." But in his heart, he laughed. Over the course of 10 days, he would go in and out of the garden 2 or 3 nights a day. It was difficult not to be familiar with it. Unfortunately, according to the rules, he, the future son-in-law of the princess, still could not see Lin Wanner in the courtyard. He could only sit downstairs and drink tea while Ruoruo went up alone. He was in no hurry. After all, he could see his fiancée every night, so there was no hurry. After a while, 2 people came down. Seeing the girl behind Ruoruo, Fan Xian's eyes brightened. The girl's eyes were clear and bright, and her eyebrows were a little thick, but she did not seem rude. On the contrary, she was very spirited. It was Yi Linger, the only daughter of the commander of the capital's garrison, Yi Zhong. Yi Linger saw a strange man waiting downstairs, and felt a little strange. Fan Xian smiled and rose to greet her. "Miss Yi, long time no see." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fan Xian knew that something was wrong. When he had met Yi Linger that day, he had put on makeup and assumed the identity of a doctor. Today, however, he had clearly come to the courtyard to visit. If he said "long time no see," he was afraid that Yi Linger would become suspicious. To his surprise, Yi Linger only looked at him coolly and bowed. "Greetings, Master Fan." Seeing that she knew who he was and was not surprised by what he had said earlier, Fan Xian knew that Wanner must have told this close friend about their relationship. He smiled and said, "Wanner is fortunate to have you as my companion. My sick bed is not so boring." "Fan Xian thanks you." Yi Linger's expression was cold. Master Fan is too polite. Fan Xian saw that this woman didn't seem to like him, but he wasn't angry. He didn't think that just by relying on his pretty face, all the women in the world would have a natural liking for him, so he just smiled and bowed again. He turned to Ruoro and said, "How did it go with the matter you asked?" Fan Ruoro smiled. "That's what you're worried about," Sister Lin said. Fan Xian suddenly waved his hand and smiled. "Let's talk about our own family matters at home." Hearing this, Yi Linger flew into a rage. Fan Xian really was a narrow-minded person. The meaning of his words was too obvious. Did he mean that the matter between the Fan and Lin families did not need to involve Yi Linger? "Master Fan," she said angrily, "don't go too far in your words and actions." Fan Xian was taken aback. Where did this come from? Why did Miss Yi have such a bad temper? He felt inexplicably irritated. Ignoring her, he took his sister by the hand and walked out of the manor. Outside the courtyard, Yi Linger left the manor with the servant girls. Seeing Fan Xian holding Ruoro's hand, she laughed coldly. Fan Xian did not understand. He held Ruoro's cold hand and waited for the carriage to arrive. Ruoro's expression became somewhat awkward. Indeed, there were not many siblings in the world who were as close to each other as they were, and Fan Xian did not often pay attention to such things. Seeing his sister's expression, Fan Xian finally understood. He wondered why that woman kept pestering him. The relationship between him and Ruoro was like the bright moon and the cool breeze, so he was particularly angry. He turned to Yi Linger and frowned. "Miss Yi, is it because there are no adults at home to discipline you? Is that why you wander around the capital and Dingzhou every day?" Yi Linger had not expected that her unintentional sneer would provoke such a vicious verbal attack. "Who are you calling uneducated?" she shouted angrily. "Who said that?" Fan Xian smiled warmly. "I don't think anyone here has." Seeing him act like a scoundrel, Yi Linger became even more exasperated. "Then aren't you wandering around the capital every day? You're about to get married, and yet you're still so indecent. I haven't seen you go to Taichung Temple many times. Is it because there are no adults at home to discipline you as well?" Fan Xian's gentle temperament carried a hint of murderous intent, but he was even more mischievous. He knew that if he did not get angry, she would get even angrier, so he spoke even more warmly. "I've come to visit my fiancé, and that's all right. Miss Yi and my Wana are good friends, and you often visit. I have already thanked you. I just hope that you will watch your words, and not try to drive a wedge between our families." Yi Linger was so angry that her lips twitched. Hearing him play this trick again, she said hatefully, "I don't know what Warner sees in you, you foppish playboy." Fan Xian sighed. "How am I foppish?" Yi Linger said hatefully, "You're not good at literature, and you're not good at martial arts. Are you saying that you're a foppish playboy?" Fan Xian laughed, a little ashamed. "I loathe boasting," he said. "But people in the capital say that I'm skilled in both literature and martial arts, that I can compose a poem in 7 steps, and that I can kill in 7 steps. The praise makes me feel a little smug, and today I've been enlightened by your words. I am truly grateful." Seeing him act like this, Yi Linger remembered his reputation, and angrily stamped her foot. She didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she bit her rosy lips and put her hand on the knife at her waist. After some thought, she removed the knife and threw it on the ground in front of Fan Xian. It made a crisp sound. Chapter 113. Following the sound, the gate to the royal courtyard fell silent. Although the kingdom of Qing had enjoyed a long period of peace, and there were only small skirmishes on the northern frontier, it had only been a few decades since the founding of the kingdom, so the people were still valiant and courageous. As the daughter of a military family, it was normal for Yilinger to have a small scimitar at her waist. But, to throw it in front of Fan Xian's feet was quite unusual. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was an invitation to a duel, similar to the world he had lived in. When European nobles dueled, they liked to throw their gloves at each other's faces. He scratched the right side of his face, feeling a little itchy. Amused, he thought that if the duel rule in the kingdom of Qing was to throw the knife at the opponent's face, then every duel would be successful. Everyone looked at Fan Xian. Ruoruo nervously tugged at Fan Xian's sleeve. Although Yilinger's waist was slender and supple, she was a true 7th-level master. No foppish young master in the capital would dare to provoke her. But since she had thrown the knife and issued a challenge, as a man, Fan Xian would appear cowardly if he did not accept the challenge. He was afraid that he would not be able to raise his head in the capital. Seeing that the two nobles were fighting fiercely, the guards at the gate of the side courtyard looked down and pretended not to hear anything. Naturally, no one would be so stupid as to tell the princess in the side courtyard, "Your best friend and the man you're about to marry are about to fight." Who would be so stupid? Since you claim to be a master of both the pen and the sword, I would like to see on behalf of Wanner whether or not you have the ability to protect her. Strangely, ever since she had thrown down the knife, Yilinger's entire state had undergone a miraculous change. She had calmed down, and her beautiful jade-like eyes were filled with confidence. Her small and weak body seemed to contain a vast power that she was about to unleash on Fan Xian. Fan Xian's heart trembled. Only now did he know that this girl was a powerful person who hid her strength deeply. However, on his face, he smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying 3 words that no one present expected. "I refuse." Refuse the duel. This was a very rare thing. Refusing a woman's challenge would probably make Fan Xian unable to raise his head. No one understood why Fan Xian would make such a jaw-dropping choice. Fan Xian explained sincerely, "Although Miss Yi does not like me, you are still Wanner's good friend. How could I have the heart to attack you?" Without waiting for the crowd to cheer, he smiled and said, "What's more, I don't want to hit women unless it's absolutely necessary." The carriage had arrived a long time ago, but seeing the tense situation, it had stopped outside. Wang Qinian saw that his opponent was Yilinger, and could only worry helplessly. He did not dare to use his identity as an Overwatch Council member to pressure his opponent. Having said this, Fan Xian once again took his sister's little hand and walked towards the carriage in a show of force. A clear voice rang out furiously. Finally, Yilinger could no longer endure Fan Xian's incessant barrage of insults. She exploded. Her silhouette blurred, and she was already behind Fan Xian, her fist flying straight out. Fortunately, she still had some martial arts heritage, and before she moved, she had already given a warning. Feeling the violent wind behind him, Fan Xian's right hand cleverly exerted force and led his sister to the side. Immediately after, he turned around. And then he saw a fist heading straight for his face. The fist was small and beautiful, with fair skin. One could even see the faint blue veins on its surface. When it was clenched into a fist, only the thumb was exposed, and it was painted with pink cardamom. To be able to see so many details in such a short amount of time only proved 2 things. First, Fan Xian was a man of many emotions and desires. Second, although Yilinger's actions were violent and fast, compared to the elusive staff on the cliff in Danzhou, she was still much, much slower. The tip of his foot moved an inch from the ground, and his whole body moved with incredible speed to the left, causing the murderous fist to completely miss, which brushed past his cheek. There was a buzzing sound as the fist missed, but it still caused the wind to tremble, and the hair on Fan Xian's cheek floated up. At this moment, his right hand had already been raised without anyone noticing. His index finger bent slightly, and in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he flicked Yilinger's pulse. Even Gong Dian, the deputy commander of the palace guards, could not dodge this move if he was caught off guard, let alone Yilinger. All he heard was a light grunt, and her tightly clenched fist had already loosened, right next to Fan Xian's cheek. But Fan Xian had no time to be happy. His eyes narrowed, and he strangely took 3 steps back. He stretched out his hand and clapped it 3 times in the air. Paw! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out next to him. As soon as Yilinger's fist loosened, her 5 fingers opened up like peach branches in spring. Each finger was like an awe-inspiring branch, aiming for his temple. Fan Xian dodged completely by relying on his reflexes. He struck out 3 times, blocking the 5 streaks of air piercing through the air. The Yi family's Sans Ho. The onlookers cried out in alarm. The great-Grand Master Yi Luyun of the Kingdom of Qin was Yilinger's great-uncle. No one had expected this young lady to have received Yi Luyun's teachings. The cries of surprise did not stop. Fan Xian's face was calm as he rushed forward, and his fist landed squarely on Yilinger's palm. There was a muffled sound, and whether Yilinger's fingers were peach branches or something else, they were all broken. The powerful Jinqi in his palm had bluntly broken his opponent's Sans Ho. Yilinger floated back half a foot, clutching her wrist in pain. She looked at Fan Xian in shock. She had never imagined that the Jinqi in Fan Xian's body would be so strange. After her palm had touched it, it had invaded her meridians. The pain made her mind scatter, and she immediately lost the will to Sans Ho. You are no match for me. Fan Xian was still smiling, using words to provoke her. Yilinger gritted her teeth and charged forward again. This time she was even more ferocious than before. Her 5 fingers formed a knife, and she chopped down horizontally. The palm knife cut through the air with a whistling sound. She was a woman, and her innate Jinqi was not as abundant as that of an adult man. So when Yi Luyun had first taught her Sans Ho, he had put some thought into it. When faced with an expert whose Jinqi was stronger than hers, she would use her fingers as a palm, turning the will of the Sancho's withered branches into the power to chop wood. Fan Xian felt a chill in his heart, but his body did not sway under the wind of the palm strikes. His feet were hurried, and he relied on the escaping skills he had learned on the cliffs in Danzhou to dodge each of Yilinger's vertical palms with great skill. Perhaps it could be said that it was extremely dangerous. The wind from Yilinger's palms grew fiercer and fiercer, and the spectators felt as if there was a cold wind blowing in all directions. It was as if there were countless knives dancing around Fan Xian, and he vaguely sensed danger. He grunted, and the tyrannical Jinqi filled his body. He stomped heavily on the ground, and forcibly stopped himself from retreating. He exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, and his whole body felt as if someone had punched him from behind. He suddenly shot forward. From retreat to advance, there was no sign of stopping. The wind from the palm strike disappeared, and so did Fan Xian. The next moment, the spectators' mouths dropped open. Fan Xian had disappeared from Yilinger's bosom. His 2 hands were like iron pincers around her armpits, and he lifted her terrifying palms and placed them on his shoulders. To be precise, before Yilinger's 2 palms struck down, he had used a technique similar to holding her in his arms to grab her vitals. Fan Xian's trick seemed shameless, but in reality, he was trying to find the only way to get close to her in the midst of the wind from the palm strikes. Furthermore, it was only a very small space in the blink of an eye. His speed and eyesight had already reached a terrifying level. Of course, this was all thanks to Wu Zhu's teachings. Yilinger suddenly realized that Fan Xian was falling toward her like a ghost, and then he was hugging her. She frowned. She knew that for him to be able to get close to her body, he had to have some kind of eyesight technique. She was shocked, but not panicked. Her palms stopped moving, and her whole body rose into the air. Without any warning, she kicked toward Fan Xian's shin. If this kick landed, Fan Xian would probably fall on top of her in pain. However, at this moment, she couldn't care too much. Just then, Fan Xian let go of her hands, letting her unfinished palm strike fall freely. The structure of the human body was strange. If your palms were chopping down, it would be very difficult for your legs to kick up. Fan Xian needed a moment of discomfort from his opponent. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he had already rushed forward with his fist. This was Fan Xian's third punch in the capital, after the murder on Nyolan Street. Each of his punches had broken a person's nose, and today was no exception. There was a soft sound, and a beautiful flower of blood floated in the air, giving off a romantic feeling. Yi Ling'er covered her nose and squatted down. There was blood between her fingers. After a moment, she began to cry out in pain. Fan Xian was speechless. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. How can you cry when you lose? The servants of the Yi Manor had long since surrounded her, but they were well-behaved and did not swarm her. It seemed that it was common for Miss Yi to fight someone, but there were still many people who stared at Fan Xian. Fan Xian confidently brushed his robes, without any misgivings. But the royal guards who were watching from a distance lowered their voices and sighed. Miss Ye's family is well-educated, but I didn't expect her to be hit by Fan Xian's black fist. Seeing Miss Yi squatting on the ground and crying, Fan Xian remembered that she was only a 15-year-old girl. But he didn't feel any guilt. Not hitting women didn't mean he was willing to be hit. When his mother had first entered the capital, she had beaten this girl's father, the current commander of the capital garrison, Yi Zhong, into a pig's head. His own uncle Wu Zhu had once fought with Yi Luyun under the palace walls, forcing the Grand Master of the Kingdom of Qing to go into seclusion for several months, forsaking his sword and taking up Sans Ho. Him hitting Yi Ling'er could be considered a continuation of this glorious tradition. Chapter 114. Given Fan Xian's temperament, after the fight, he would have hurried home to find his mother. But he had never expected Ruoro to glare at him. It seemed that his sister thought he had been too heavy-handed. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head, watching as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Yi Ling'er's nose. Yi Ling'er's nose is pretty, but it's a pity she looks like a snot-nosed child. Yi Zhong's family name is Yi, and so is my mother. Was it because of this that we never liked each other? Now Yi Ling'er and I don't like each other either. It looks like it's the legacy of our elders. Fan Xian was actually a very calm person, but the situation was awkward, and it was not convenient for him to leave, so he could only think of such things to hide his emotions. After a long time, the weeping Yi Ling'er finally calmed down under Ruoro's comforting words. When she looked at Fan Xian again, there was not only hatred in her eyes, but also respect. She was, after all, a daughter of the Yi family. She was not as skilled as Fan Xian, but she would not argue. She struggled to bow to Fan Xian, acknowledging her defeat. Seeing that his opponent was straightforward, Fan Xian felt a little embarrassed. He coughed and asked casually, "What palm technique did you use just now?" "Coffin breaker." Yi Ling'er sniffled and stubbornly replied, "I admit defeat, but that is only because I am not skilled enough. It has nothing to do with the martial arts of the Yi family." Fan Xian finally felt that there was something cute about this girl. He laughed. Coffin breaker is a good name. It seems to be a simplified version of Luyun Sans Ho. It is not easy for you to have such a level of martial cultivation. The sedan chair had to be carried by people in the front, and people in the back had to carry it as well. So Yi Ling'er covered her bleeding nose and snorted. "What move did you use?" she asked. Everyone in the Yi family was obsessed with martial arts. Yi Ling'er was in no hurry to get back at Fan Xian. Instead, she was anxious to find out what kind of strange and unimaginable method her opponent had used. The people of Qing loved martial arts, but no one had ever been like Fan Xian. He had only relied on his xinqi, speed, and judgment to strike first. He had relied on his understanding of the human body structure to attack the parts of the enemy that he had never paid attention to. Every little bit made a mickle. Yi Ling'er had never seen such a method before, but her granduncle had. Fan Xian was taken aback. His black fist didn't seem to be much of a technique, so he said, "It's just a small trick. Miss Yi, please go and treat your wounds." These techniques were the killing techniques that Wu Zhu had taught him, the techniques of identifying people that Fei Jia had taught him, and the insights he had gained from using them for the first time on Nyolan Street. Fan Xian called this a little trick, and it was indeed like the name. Later, Fan Xian's little tricks became famous in Jingdou. It became a name that could be included in a book on the martial path. This was something Fan Xian could not imagine at this time. Otherwise, he would certainly have named it something like Danzhou's plum-breaking hand or Sinan's 6 yang palms. But today, his little tricks had won against the great coffin breaker. Although this sort of sparring in Jingdou was mostly carried out in the manors, it was nothing new, so the Fan and Yi manors did not do anything. Yi Ling'er, who had admitted defeat, left resentfully. But before she left, she insisted on handing the curved knife at her waist to Fan Xian, saying that it was a prize for admitting defeat. Sitting in the carriage, Fan Xian smiled bitterly as he played with the prize in his hand. He thought that fighting a young girl for no reason might even offend the Yi manor. Fan Ruoro seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The children of the Yi manor love martial arts, and everyone knows that. Otherwise, they would not have produced a grandmaster. Yi Zhong is a man of integrity, and will not get angry over such a small matter." Fan Xian sighed. "It's not entirely because of this matter. I just think it's ridiculous." Fan Ruoro laughed. "Earlier, you refused to duel with her. That was quite surprising." "Surprising? Are you worried that the people of the capital will think I'm a coward? You said before that she is only a 7th level ace, and I am a strange scholar who has even killed an 8th level ace. Even if I don't fight her, will the people of the capital think I'm afraid of her?" Fan Xian smiled. Although it is said that swords are more powerful than words, if words alone are enough to humiliate an opponent, then there is no need to resort to swords. Having said this, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "Fine, we've already fought. There's no point in talking about this." Fan Ruoro giggled. Fan Xian asked curiously, "Why does Miss Yi always dislike me?" "I don't know." Fan Ruoro thought for a moment, then replied, "She probably thought that it was a very sad thing for sister-in-law to marry you. Later, although this problem didn't exist, we lied to her again. It was equivalent to using her help to let you see sister-in-law. She couldn't take this lying down." Fan Xian smiled bitterly. "I knew it. There are no secrets between friends. The key is Sir Fei's student." Fan Ruoro continued to explain. "Last time, my brother used this name. Now it seems that many people know that our family has a good relationship with Sir Qin of the Overwatch Council. Perhaps it was because of this that they let the cat out of the bag." Fan Xian's heart trembled. He didn't want others to guess anything from this, did they? But then he thought about how many years ago the Yi family had been in the capital. Based on what he saw in front of him, it seemed that the people of the capital had long forgotten what had happened. Fan Ruoro handed him a piece of paper. He took it and looked at it carefully, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it out the window. On the paper were a few sentences written by Wan Er. His main purpose in coming to the manor today was to discuss with his fiancée what he should bring up when he was about to visit his father-in-law. Although Lin Wan hadn't lived with the Prime Minister since they were young, they were still father and daughter. She knew better than an outsider like Fan Xian. The next day, the sky darkened. Dark clouds hung over the city, slightly reducing the heat of the sun. But it made the capital feel even more like a steamer basket. Fan Xian wiped his sweat and crouched on the edge of Jeju Street, carefully picking through the goods on the stall. Jeju Street was the distribution center for antiques and playthings in the capital. People who were interested in these things, whenever the weather was good, liked to come to this street to look around. Fan Xian imitated the actions of an expert. One foot on the shoulder of the road, the other on the edge of the stall's vellum. His fingers moved about randomly on the stall. More than an hour had passed, but there was no final result. The stall owner was a little anxious. But seeing that Fan Xian was dressed like a rich man, he couldn't say much. All he could do was smile. "Sir, what goods are you looking for?" "Snuff bottles." Fan Xian opened his mouth helplessly. Wan had said that the Prime Minister's favorite hobby was playing with snuff bottles, so he had hoped to find something good today. He hadn't expected that his eyes would be dazzled, and he still hadn't seen anything that caught his eye. "Well, you found the right place." The stall owner's eyes lit up and he said, "I have blue and white glaze, jadeite, amber, whatever you want. Especially the jadeite." "Very good. Look at this." He picked up a small pot. The color of the pot was green and slightly yellow. "See? It's yellow poplar green. Although it's not very old, the quality and workmanship are excellent. Do you have emerald?" Fan Xian thought that he had to pick the most expensive one. The stall owner said awkwardly, "Emerald is too precious. It's used to make snuff bottles. That's a standard only available in the palace. Although we don't really need it these days, if you want to find an emerald snuff bottle on Jeju Street, it'll be a little difficult." The stall owner was a very good person. He pointed Fan Xian to a large shop on the street, saying that if he wanted to find an emerald snuff bottle, he had to go there. Fan Xian thanked him, put down a piece of silver, and picked up a piece of porcelain, which he wasn't sure was real or fake. Then he got up and left. Wang Qinian watched from the side, and a smile rose on his face. He thought that Fan Xian was very gentle to peddlers and commoners, and most importantly, he was very meticulous. Entering the large shop, Fan Xian was greeted by a gust of wind. When he looked closely, he saw that it was a fan that was constantly moving. Fan Xian was very impressed. He wasn't in a hurry to ask about the snuff bottle. First, he grabbed the stall owner and asked who sold the fan. After asking, he found out that it was a new product that had come out last year. The stall owner had some friendship with the merchant, so he put it in the lobby as a living advertisement. After asking for the merchant's address, Fan Xian began to ask about the snuff bottle. The stall owner looked Fan Xian up and down. From his clothes, he confirmed the value of Fan Xian's wallet. Only then did he go into the back room and carefully take out a box. He placed it on the table and opened it. The box was covered with red brocade, and extremely soft materials supported the snuff bottles of all kinds of materials to prevent them from breaking. The stall owner didn't say much. He simply asked, "Do you want the best, or do you want the best?" Fan Xian liked this feeling. He smiled. "Of course the best." Hearing this, the stall owner closed the box and felt around his waist for a long time. Then he took out a light green jade bottle. The material was green and smooth, without a trace of flocculation. It was a high-quality material. Inside, there was a painting of a fisherman sitting alone by a cold river. Not only was the artistic conception high, but the brushwork was also slender and soft. The craftsmanship was extremely rare. Name your price. Fan Xian took it and played with it in his palm. It felt warm and smooth, and it felt very good. It was a little itchy, a little smooth, and a little moist. 2,000 taels of silver. The stall owner's face was expressionless. It seemed that he was very annoyed by people coming to buy things. He seemed a little cold and indifferent, which actually piqued Fan Xian's interest. The goods were indeed good. The style of an old shop was indeed different. He thought about it. The money he had saved in Danzhou, plus the money his sister had given him, had all been given to his brother to open a bookstore. Danbo Bookstore's business was booming, but the money he had saved up had not yet been returned to him. Later, he had borrowed 2,000 taels of silver from Ting Zijing. Subtracting the 400 taels he had spent on the pleasure boat, he had used them a lot lately. He still had about 1,300 taels of silver left. He frowned. 800 taels. Chapter 115. Fan Xian didn't know how to bargain, but in his previous life, that beautiful nurse often chatted with him and told him that when girls bought clothes, they would bargain from a third. Fan Xian wasn't as smart as the young girl, so he cut the price by 2/5. But the shopkeeper glared at him, as if annoyed at this young man's lack of knowledge. He coldly closed the box and prepared to take it back to his room. Fan Xian panicked and opened his mouth to call him back so they could discuss the price. Unexpectedly, Wang Qinian, who had been silent all this time, gave Fan Xian a meaningful look. Fan Xian followed him out suspiciously. It's only worth 400 taels. Wang Qinian respectfully said to him, Sir, let me ask. Having said this, he walked back into the shop without a signboard. After a while, he came out again, this time with a verdant snuff bottle in his hand. Then he took the 400 taels of silver from Fan Xian and handed it to the shopkeeper, whose face was ashen. Once in the carriage, Fan Xian quietly said, Don't use your position to bully the good people. He touched the snuff bottle in his belt and couldn't help but laugh. But it's not bad to bully these profiteers once in a while. Wang Qinian smiled. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes bloomed like chrysanthemums. After all, he was a man in his 40s. He carefully explained, he's not a profiteer. It's just that this snuff bottle only costs 300 taels at most. We're not bullying him by offering 400 taels. Oh. Fan Xian looked at Wang Qinian in surprise. Could it be that Sir Wang is well versed in antiques? How else could you tell the real price at a glance? You should know that there's a lot of foam in this trade. Wang Qinian laughed again. Sir, have you forgotten what I did for a living before I was admitted to the academy? Fan Xian suddenly understood. He laughed out loud and said, So, when you were a lone thief, you learned this knowledge along the way. Wang Qinian was embarrassed. I was peddling in those small kingdoms by myself. I didn't dare ask for help, so I had to sharpen my eyes. With such an expert in the antique world, it was no wonder that he could cut down the price of the snuff bottle so easily. Returning to the main gate of the Fan Manor, Wang Qinian's small group withdrew, leaving the Fan Manor's own defense forces to handle. At the same time, the fans that Fan Xian had ordered from another shop arrived at the front door. The servants hurriedly took them in, but when it came time to pay the bill, the cashier said to Fan Xian with a pained expression, Although these fans are good, they are too expensive. Young master, you bought 5 of them at once. It will be difficult for me to report to the second wife. At that moment, Lady Lu had just walked into the account's room. Hearing what the accountant had said, she looked at Fan Xian with a smile that was not quite a smile. She nodded and said, Enter the account. Fan Xian smiled and saluted his aunt, Hello, aunt. The current situation between the two of them was too awkward. They couldn't be considered close, and their hatred had yet to erupt into hostility. Fan Xian was a bit puzzled about something. He frowned and asked, "Aunt, I think this fan is cool and comfortable to put in the hall. But why haven't I seen anyone else using it?" Madame Lu smiled and shook her head. "Regarding this matter, you will understand it better than anyone else in the future. It's all because the price of that shop is too high that no one is willing to buy it. Summer is only a few days away, so even if we dig an ice house, it won't be much more expensive than that fan." Fan Xian was quick-witted, and understood immediately. "This is the palace treasury's business." Lady Lu nodded. Fan Xian sighed. How could it be so expensive? Any peddler could learn this craft. Why aren't there others selling it? Lady Lu smiled. Although no one says it openly, everyone knows that this is the emperor selling the palace treasury's business. Who would dare to copy it? The Overwatch Council can just give it a name, and it's a crime punishable by imprisonment or exile. Fan Xian shook his head, feeling that something was wrong. Lady Lu asked curiously, "Why did you buy 5 of them all at once?" Fan Xian explained gently, "1 in the flower pavilion, 1 in my father's and aunt's room, and the other 3 are to be given away. 1 to King Jing's manor, 1 to the Prime Minister's manor, and 1 to the Duke's manor." Lady Lu's paternal family was also a large one in the capital. Within 3 generations, there had been a duke, so whenever the Duke's manor was mentioned in the Fan manor, it was the Lu family, Lu Heng, the Duke of Hongyi. Lady Lu was a little surprised. She hadn't expected this handsome young man to be so thoughtful, and she hadn't expected him to take the initiative to show her goodwill. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She smiled absent-mindedly and left the accounting room. In fact, after seeing Lady Lu, Fan Xian had occasionally thought of returning the relationship between him and Lady Lu. If he wanted Fan Xija to stand firmly by his side in the future, and to avoid the family fights that he disliked, then he had to ensure that Lady Lu wouldn't do anything that would make it impossible for the 2 sides to reconcile. Small favors and small gifts naturally wouldn't have that kind of effect, so he had to take things one step at a time. Fan Xian was confident that Lady Lu's heart was divided into 3 parts. One belonged to Count Sinan, Fan Jian, and the other to Fan Xija. As long as they could mutually benefit from each other, Lady Lu shouldn't have too many objections. As for the assassination attempt when he was 12, Fan Xian frowned and forced himself to control his emotions. As long as his temperament is good and his methods are ruthless, after I die, if he can protect the Lin family and my only son and daughter, then that's good enough. After Lin Gong's death, the Prime Minister was actually somewhat disheartened. His eldest son was an idiot, and he couldn't see his daughter for many years. But he still had to think about his officials and his clansmen, so the kind of person Lin Wan would marry was the most important thing in his mind. "How is it outside?" Lin Ruofu asked with a gentle expression. "Very good. It's even better than what you and I had imagined." "Why is the sky blue?" "Because the sea is blue." "Why is the sea blue?" "Because when light enters the sea, it turns blue." Don't listen to me. I don't know much about these things. I'm basically just talking nonsense. Why is the water in the pond clear and not blue? Because the water in the pond is shallow. Ah. In the garden, Lin Wan Er's eldest brother sat on a rattan chair. His fat body seemed to take up the entire chair. He asked Fan Xian curiously. His eyes were pure and innocent like a child's, but his eyes occasionally showed a bit of dullness. Fan Xian knew that the eldest son of the Prime Minister's manor wasn't in good health, but he didn't realize that Wan Er's eldest brother was actually an idiot. For some reason, the Prime Minister didn't want to see him. Fan Xian stayed in the back garden, but coincidentally ran into his brother-in-law, so he could only chat with him. He smiled and thought to himself, I wonder if this chubby idiot would occasionally get angry and beat me up. What's your name? Fan Xian smiled as he looked at his idiotic brother-in-law. After chatting for a while, he realized that his reaction was actually a bit slow, like a child a few years old. He was a bit adorable, at least more adorable than the accountant, Fan Xijia. His brother-in-law pursed his lips, making his chubby cheeks look even rounder. 2 wrinkles appeared on the sides of his lips. My name is De Bao. My brother is called Air Bao. Air Bao hasn't been home for a long time. Fan Xian's heart trembled. He thought of the dead Lin Gong. In the blink of an eye, he looked at his idiotic brother-in-law in front of him, not knowing what to say. Chapter 116. If an average adult were to chat with an idiot who only had a few years of intelligence, it would be easy to get annoyed. But Fan Xian was different. In the last years of Fan Xian's previous life, he had been bedridden and unable to move. In this life, when he practiced that strange tyrannical martial method, he often fell into a semi-vegetative state. Thus, his patience was excellent. In addition, he felt pity for this retarded brother-in-law in front of him called De Bao, so he was able to control his temper and smile as he chatted with De Bao. In Fan Xian's mind, this slow-moving, fat man next to him was much more adorable and trustworthy than anyone else in the capital. I say, big brother, why is De Bao so fat and you so thin? De Bao frowned, as if troubled by this question. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. First of all, you are my big brother, and I will be your brother-in-law. Second, I'm not thin, it's just that De Bao is a bit fat. De Bao shook his head and yawned. He picked up a piece of Jiangnan cake from the table next to him and put it in his mouth. He chewed vigorously and spoke with a lisp. De Bao is not fat, I just like to eat. Seeing that the Prime Minister had no intention of passing on his message, Fan Xian rolled his eyes and moved closer to his brother-in-law's ear. De Bao, when will I take you out to play? Play what? De Bao said happily. I want to play polo. Fan Xian felt a headache coming on, thinking that he had given himself something to do. He had wanted to take his brother-in-law out for the summer, and then use it as an excuse to drag Warner out of the heavily guarded royal courtyard. How could he have known that his fat brother-in-law wanted to play polo? He quickly changed his mind and said, De Bao, do you want to hear a story? De Bao's nostrils flared, and he took 2 deep breaths. Good, he said excitedly. De Bao loves stories. Thus, in the garden of the Prime Minister's house, a refreshing voice began to speak. This voice was telling a story. The story was about a beautiful Snow White and 7 dwarves living happily in a forest. One day, Snow White went to pick small mushrooms. This is unexpected. Prime Minister Lin Ruofu looked out the window and smiled. Do you think he's faking it? Yuan Hongdao shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Master Fan's smile is extremely sincere. It must be from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ruofu sighed. Invite him in. Fan Xian had been nervous ever since he entered the Prime Minister's private residence. When he entered the Prime Minister's private study and saw his future father-in-law's face for the first time, he couldn't help but tremble a little. After all, the death of the Prime Minister's only normal son had something to do with him. However, he still maintained a respectful and cautious expression on his face and was abnormally calm. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Addressing Fan Xian was a very particular matter. Calling him Prime Minister was certainly not appropriate, and calling him Sir Fan was not beautiful either. Calling him uncle would not only strengthen the relationship between the Fan family and the Lin family, but also faintly show the closeness that the marriage would bring. Lin Ruofu looked at Fan Xian's calm face and was satisfied with his performance. After a moment's deliberation, he said, I believe that Master Fan understands why I have invited you here today. Fan Xian hurriedly replied with a smile, Uncle, please call me by my name. Lin Ruofu nodded. Fan Xian, do you have any objections to this marriage? Fan Xian thought to himself, what objections could he possibly have? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Seeing his expression, Lin Ruofu felt even more at ease. He smiled. As you can see, after Gong passes away, I only have one son and one daughter. Shen is to be married to you. You must treat her well. Fan Xian lowered his head and replied in a low voice, without any hesitation. The older generation will pass away one day. Lin Ruofu suddenly spoke in a clear voice. If I were to be presumptuous and say that one day in the future, I entrust my son to you, would you be able to bear the responsibility? Fan Xian thought for a moment, then stood up. He cupped his fists and bowed. Of course. In the future, we will be considered one family, so there are some things that I can say in front of you. Lin Ruofu looked into the young man's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of his heart. Although Wan and I rarely see each other, she is still my daughter. Her surname is Lin, so we must consider the interests of the Lin family. Once the marriage is over, I believe Count Sinan will understand that our two families will share the same life and glory. I hope that in the future, whether in court or in the wilderness, you will firmly remember your position. From now on, you will not only protect the Fan family, but also the interests of the Lin family. His words were blunt, but it was the only way to show that the Prime Minister had finally given his approval to the marriage. Fan Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although marrying Wan was a matter handled by the palace, to have his father-in-law's approval would naturally make it more legitimate. But thinking about the other meaning behind these words, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This father-in-law, whom he had just met, had clearly abandoned the Eastern Palace, but he didn't know if he was preparing to lean on the side of the second prince. Everyone knew that Fan Manor and King Jing's Manor were the second prince's supporters, but Fan Xian knew that his father's thoughts were much more complicated. After the successful trip to the Prime Minister's manor, Lin Wan finally found an opportunity to enter the palace. She showed her filial piety to the Empress Dowager for half a day, and somehow managed to persuade her uncle, who was usually stone-faced, to receive an edict. She was finally able to leave the royal courtyard and go for a stroll. Under the careful care of Fan Xian and the royal doctors, Lin Wan's recovery was excellent. She could already go out for a walk. Although the root of her illness had not been cured, it was not a good idea to hide in the small building all the time. So when he heard that the palace had finally lifted the ban, Fan Xian was overjoyed. Early the next morning, he took his carriage and all the things he had prepared and rushed to the royal courtyard to wait. After some time, the courtyard finally became lively. First, a few guards led the way, then a few old nannies led the way, and a few pretty maids led the way. Finally, Lin Wanner leisurely walked out with the support of the head maid, Siki. Lin Wanner wore a refreshing white dress and a bamboo hat on her head. This kind of hat was extremely light, and under the hat was a thin layer of gauze. It blocked the sunlight and also covered her beautiful face. Only the faint smile on her face and lips could be seen. Fan Xian went forward to greet them, but the old nannies became nervous when they saw this new son-in-law. They stood in front of the princess like they were fighting a flood, and stared at him fiercely with eyes like lightning. Fan Xian was furious. He thought to himself, I'm in love and I have to be disturbed by you guys. If you really annoy me, I'll give you some laxatives. I'll glare at you until you can't leave the toilet. Lin Wanner looked at him apologetically, but she pinched the servant girl next to her. Siki felt the pain and almost cried out. Who did she offend this time? But she understood what her mistress meant. She quickly went forward and said to the young master, Master Fan, let's split up. We'll meet again at the summer villa in the western part of the city. The summer villa was a royal summer garden, about 20 miles west of the capital. If Lin Wan hadn't come out today, Fan Xian wouldn't have been able to enjoy it. Fan Xian snorted, but he knew that if he sat in the same carriage with Lin Wan, before the wedding, she would be embarrassed, and the old nannies would go crazy. So he didn't say anything more, but he gave Ruoruo a look. Ruoruo understood and smiled. She walked to her future sister-in-law's side and gently took Lin Wan's hand. She said something, and then followed the group of people from the villa into the palace carriage. Brother, being the son-in-law is a very annoying thing. Fan Xizha looked at Fan Xian sympathetically. Autumn is coming, Fan Xian sighed. It shouldn't be a problem for your sister to follow sister-in-law. Those damned old nannies don't think lilies will bloom in carriages. What's a lily? It's a holy plant. The two of them left early, just as the sky brightened. But by the time the carriages reached the summer villa, the sun had already woken up. It warmly shone on everything, as if it were a comrade. Fortunately, the royal palace had already considered these problems. The pampered royal family all refused to accept the warmth of the sun, so the villa was built next to a dense forest. It was next to the mountains and looked out over the lake, sheltering it from the sun and welcoming the wind. The surface of the lake was calm, but the wind still blew gently, taking away the last bit of dryness in the forest. Fan Xian stood on the grass by the lake, looking at the scenery in front of him. He was full of admiration. The activities of the emperor's farmhouse were indeed different. Their living conditions were much better than those of the common officials. When they entered the summer villa, Ruoro somehow managed to persuade the royal guards to leave the old nannies at the front of the villa to drink tea and play mahjong. Only a group of young people remained by the lake. The guards were either standing or sitting in the distance, and the servant girls rarely came out to play. They chattered incessantly, reducing the peace of the lake. But without the fish eyes to disturb him, Fan Xian still felt very comfortable. He was a little further away from the crowd. He gritted his teeth and made a face to chase away the servant girl, Siki. Finally, Fan Xian was able to spend some time alone with Wan. It's so hard. Fan Xian sighed. His right hand slithered through the green grass like a snake, and like lightning, he grabbed Wan's soft little hand. His face was still calm as he looked at the lake. It's so hard to see the girl. Her hand was caught, and Wan's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, but she didn't pull her hand back. In a low voice, she scolded, "You're calling the girl at this time. I don't know who it is that shamelessly climbs the walls and windows every night." Chapter 117. Fan Xian chuckled and didn't argue. He just used the tip of his finger to scratch the palm of his fiancée. Although he was an old virgin who had lived 2 lives, he was still a member of the new generation who had been nurtured by Takashi Kato. How could Lin Wana resist these little tricks? The girl felt a burst of panic and couldn't sit still. Fan Xian moved closer. "Why don't you lean into my arms? Big brother really has a way." Fan Xizha refused to get out of the carriage. He thought there were too many mosquitoes in the grass. He looked at the couple by the lake and sighed in admiration. "We've only just met our future sister-in-law, and we can already sit together. If we stay a few more hours, won't we have to consummate our marriage ahead of schedule?" Fan Ruoro burst out laughing. Although she knew that her brother would occasionally visit her sister-in-law at night, she didn't know how often Fan Xian and Lin Wana met. So when she saw this scene, she was surprised and impressed. come down and help unload the things." Ruoro patted Fan Xixia on the head and smiled. "It's not good to let the guards do it." Fan Xixia stared at her. "What are the servants for?" Fan Ruoro smiled. "They're just maids. They're not as strong as you." For some reason, seeing Fan Ruoro's faint smile made Fan Xixia, the spoiled brat, feel an inexplicable fear. He obediently climbed down from the carriage and began to help the delicate maids unload the things. It was no wonder that Fan Ruoro wanted his help. Fan Xian had brought a lot of things with him on this trip, and it took the maids and Fan Xixia half a day to unload them. Fan Xixia wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted to the lakeside, "Big brother! Unload all the things." "What are they?" Fan Xian, who was sitting by the lake, heard the shout, and only then did he remember these things. He slapped his forehead and apologized to Warner with some embarrassment. He stood up and brushed the grass off his bottom. He walked to the side of the carriage and began to give orders to everyone on how to arrange things. After settling down in the capital, his grandmother had sent over all the belongings he had left behind in Danzhou, so they were all put to use today. There were 3 handmade tents, an iron barbecue grill, a few pieces of iron mesh, a bag of pepper and cumin, some salt, some bamboo sticks, some eggs, a few freshwater fish, a big pile of radish and tofu, and a bag of fine charcoal. In short, it was a complete barbecue grill. A maid pointed at the pile of rags and asked curiously, "What is this?" Fan Xian kindly explained, "A tent." The servant girl was very eager to learn. "Is it used for marching and fighting?" Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, "You can also watch the stars by the lake at night." Seeing the amiable smile on young Master Fan's face and the warmth in his bright eyes, the maid was no longer eager to learn. She shyly covered her face and went somewhere else. After the charcoal fire was lit, someone came over to take over. Fan Xian moved a rock and sat by the iron mesh, carefully smearing sauce and condiments on the fish. A bamboo skewer passed through the fish, and a faint aroma wafted through the fire. He sniffed and looked at Warner, who was sitting alone by the lake in the distance. He smiled slightly and did not put too much flavor into the fish. After he finished grilling 3 skewers of fish, he gave one to each of his siblings and walked over to the lake, sitting next to Lin Warner. "Here." Fan Xian smiled warmly. Lin Warner looked at him suspiciously, wondering if his cooking would be good. She took it and carefully put it to her lips, then chewed it slowly. Her eyes gradually brightened, and she looked at Fan Xian and giggled. She did not even have time to praise him before she began to eat. But the fish was too hot, and she could not bear to let it leave her lips. She stuck out her tongue because it was so hot, and her free hand kept fanning her mouth as she exhaled. She was cute, really cute, and could be loved. Fan Xian looked at her fleshy lips, and for some reason, he thought of the chicken leg they had first met in the Temple of Qing. "Chen, he teased, I've brought you plenty of chicken legs these days. Why are you still so greedy?" Lin Warner puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "If I had known your grilled food would taste so good, I wouldn't have eaten that cold chicken leg." Fan Xian laughed heartily and almost fell back. His fiancée's temperament was really interesting. Sometimes she was extremely shy, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Sometimes she would have a little temper that added to the fun. Her sickly body liked to play the tiger cub. It was still that one word, cute, 2 words, cute, 3 words, kawaii. Lin Warner turned her head and saw that the barbecue stall was much livelier than the one by the lake. Fan Xixia had long since finished the fish in his hand, and was instructing a servant girl to grill some corn for him to eat. Only Ruoro ate in a more graceful manner. As she ate, she walked through the woods. It was hard to tell whether she was enjoying the scenery or thinking about something. Her gaze fell on the pile of things that had been unloaded from the carriage, and Lynn Warner felt that her fiancé was a bit strange. She asked curiously, "In the past, when we went out to play, we mostly ate at the manor. I've never seen the servants so happy, and the things you brought today, no matter how you look at it, are a bit strange." Fan Xian smiled and explained, "Although they are all servant girls, they are all serving maids who follow you around every day. They live a life of luxury. How many of them have actually cooked for themselves? Today's barbecue doesn't necessarily taste all that good, but it's better to cook for yourself. It feels different, and the reaction of the taste buds is also different." Taste buds. Lynn Warner was a bit confused. She stared at Fan Xian with wide eyes. There is a small organ on the tongue that can sense flavors. Fan Xian knew that it was difficult to explain. After all, the naked eye was not as good as a microscope, so he casually explained, "The back of the tongue tastes bitter, and the front of the tongue tastes sweet. That's why." Lynn Warner chuckled. "No wonder you are Master Fei's student. You are so clear about these things." Hearing her mention Fei Jie, Fan Xian felt a bellyful of anger. After all, they were master and disciple, and they had a good relationship. He had been in the capital for a few months, and even Chen Pingping had returned. Why did Fei Jie not want to come back? This was a bit too much. Fan Xian put these matters aside for now. Seeing Warner's envious gaze, he set up a small stove for the two of them. He brought some ingredients over, and the two of them ate as they roasted. Of course, most of the time, it was Fan Xian roasting, and Lynn Warner eating. Surrounded by the fragrance, the fiancé launched a gentle attack on the ingredients over the warm charcoal fire. This seasoning doesn't seem to be common." Lynn Warner stuck out the tip of her tender tongue and gently licked a sesame seed from the corner of her mouth. She sighed with satisfaction. "It really smells good." "You must be joking. Sesame seeds are everywhere. This bit of cumin is not easy to find." Fan Xian thought to himself. If it weren't for his good relationship with the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall, it would have been difficult to gather all the ingredients he had brought to the summer villa. But what he said was, "If you like it, after we get married, I'll make it for you every day." Lynn Warner's expression changed very quickly. Of course, it wasn't the kind of change where she would turn her back on him. It was just that when she heard the word, "get married," she habitually lowered her head shyly. But today's scene was not very suitable. Her lips were still greasy, and there was a smear of dust on the tip of her nose. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like a little girl who had been secretly eating in her own kitchen. Fan Xian looked at her face and chuckled. Yi Chen was not a particularly beautiful girl, but for some reason, in his eyes, he always felt that there was nothing to nitpick about her features. There was not a sliver of her demeanor that was not cute. Seeing him laugh at her, Lin Warner angrily prepared to pounce. Fan Xian hurriedly opened his arms, ready to sacrifice himself to feed the tiger. In any case, the lakeside was far away, and a large cluster of aquatic plants blocked the maid's view. Fan Xian thought he could openly embrace a beautiful woman for the first time. Unexpectedly, Warner looked embarrassed, and forcibly stopped herself from rolling into Fan Xian's arms. Fan Xian shook his head helplessly. He took his handkerchief to the lakeside and wet it. Then he turned around and sat next to Lin Warner. He stared at her face, and very carefully wiped away the dust on the tip of her nose and chin. The two of them were very close. Feeling her husband's gentle and focused gaze, Lin Warner was extremely nervous. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her dress. Fan Xian also noticed her nervousness. For a moment, he was at a loss. The hand holding the wet handkerchief paused on the side of her pink cheek. Their eyes met, and it seemed that even the sound of their breathing began to intertwine, rising and falling. They began to mix and gradually increase in frequency. Action was better than action. Without saying anything, Fan Xian lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Lin Wanner was startled and then embarrassed. Following that, she was faintly disappointed. However, she didn't have time to hide her disappointment. Fan Xian's lips had already blocked the mouth she was about to pretend to rebuke. It was wet, soft, fragrant, and sweet. Ouch! Fan Xian found that his lower lip had been ruthlessly bitten by the little girl. He quickly straightened up and let his lips escape the scene of the crime. Focusing his eyes, he found that Wanner's eyes were full of smiles. However, there was an additional glimmer of spring radiance in this smile. It was like the lake beside the two of them. The water rippled like a mirror, but there were still slight highs and lows and gentle currents that stirred one's soul. The cutest thing was that when the girl smiled faintly, her white front teeth, she cutely bit down on her fleshy lower lip. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. Summoning his remaining courage, he pulled his future wife into his arms, not letting her escape. His finger gently touched her soft cheek. In a quiet voice, he said, "Little tiger, be careful that I don't eat you." Lin Wanner's body tensed and froze in his arms. Her eyes, like a spring lake, remained bewitching. She bit her lower lip and gazed at Fan Xian. "Wanner's body isn't well. Are you willing?" Chapter 118. If he was willing, how could he gain without giving up? But Fan Xian looked at this little wife who was allowing him to taste her. It was impossible for her to transform into Lixiaoyi. His heart was already burning. If he let go now, Fan Xian would despise himself. Eating was eating, there was no need to be polite at the dining table. So the two gradually merged into one person. Although there were trees and water blocking the view, the lake and the mountains were bright and beautiful. The scene of the young couple being intimate was always faintly seen by the servant girls. The servant girls were clever and moved their gazes away. Some bent over to flip the meat, some turned their backs and pretended to check the girl's makeup box, and some didn't know what to do. They could only lower their bodies and call out softly, pretending to be a poor girl with a sprained ankle. Fan Xizhou was chewing and didn't notice the demons quarreling by the lake. Ruoro was walking by the forest to digest her food and didn't seem to see this side. And the reason why the servant girls didn't cough dozens of times to prevent such an immoral thing from happening was because of Fan Xian's spoon-feeding policy these days. If one wanted to plot for state affairs, one had to bribe the head of the eunuchs. If one wanted to plot for family affairs, one had to bribe the personal servant girls. Fan Xian understood this deeply, so these days, he rewarded them every once in a while. Relying on his position as an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the fact that Donbo Bookstore was constantly raking in money, he was very generous. The servant girls were very happy, and they had long tilted the scales in favor of their future son-in-law. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two people by the lake finally separated with difficulty breathing. They were panting, and their hair was slightly disheveled. They looked somewhat disheveled. It didn't look like they were intimate, but more like they had fought. Lin Wanner stretched out her hand and ran her hand through her hair. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the distant servant girls. She guessed that no one had seen them, but she was still angry and embarrassed. She glared fiercely at Fan Xian, thinking that this was too absurd in broad daylight. But there seemed to be a lingering sweet scent on her lips, and it made the little girl's heart flutter with sweetness. "What are you afraid of? I've never seen you so uncomfortable at night." Fan Xian quietly laughed in her ear. His finger used a little trick to gently flick her white and smooth earlobe. Wanner let out another soft cry. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She clenched her small fist and punched him in the chest. She murdered her husband. In his previous life, Fan Xian and his companions had long since grown tired of this joke. But saying it to his real fiancée by the lake gave him a different feeling. Warner snapped at him, and Fan Xian felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He forced himself not to cry out. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a fight between fairies. Why are you so fierce?" The story of the fairies fighting came from the 73rd chapter of The Dream of the Red Chamber. The silly big sister picked up a sachet from the Grand View garden. On the sachet was an embroidered image of a naked man and woman hugging and sitting cross-legged. The silly big sister did not know that it was an erotic painting and thought that the fairies were fighting. Later, she casually handed it over to Madame Xing, which led to the scene of the Grand View garden being raided. Originally, no one in the kingdom of Qing should have known this story. But a few days ago, Lin Warner had heard that her Lang Jun had opened a bookstore that claimed to have the entire story of the stone, so she had forced Fan Xian to copy the last 10 chapters. Hearing these words today, she immediately blushed. "What kind of person do you think I am?" she asked, a little sulkily. Fan Xian laughed and said, "Of course I am a good person. Someone in the past has said that when fairies fight, they fight with the utmost kindness and beauty. Besides, we were just fairies quarreling." "Bah! I don't know where you got this crooked theory from, but you still have to borrow the name of someone in the past." Lin Warner giggled. "Besides, what's the difference between fairies fighting and quarreling? In a fight, the hands dance and the feet dance. Every part of the body that can be used has to be used. When it comes to quarreling, of course, only the mouth is used." "Die." Fan Xian's heart was filled with pride. "Then I'll die on top of you." During the summer retreat from the summer heat, a man and a woman in love were in the midst of a beautiful lake and green mountains. It was the easiest time to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The old nannies, who had been left behind by Fan Ruoruo to play mahjong in the front of the manor, finally remembered what they were here to do. They eagerly rushed over and smiled at Fan Xian. It seemed that they had gained a lot from the Fan family during the mahjong game. But Fan Xian still didn't like them. With the arrival of these old nannies, no matter what, he would not be able to get close to them. He had to sit and be polite, and he was far away from Warner. At noon, Fan Xian could not let Fan Xian fool around with roasted fish. The group of people returned to the manor in a grandiose manner. They chose an elegant courtyard, and servants went to prepare food. As they drank tea and chatted, they heard the sound of carriages coming from afar. Fan Xian and Lin Warner stood up at the same time with a smile. It seemed that they both knew who was coming, but they found that the other had also stood up. They couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They were guests, and they were all guests. But Fan Xian and Lin Warner had invited them separately. At first, they didn't know each other, so when they saw the people in the carriages disembark, Fan Xian and Warner were both surprised. Warner was surprised, but she was also nervous and sad. Fan Xian was surprised, but he was also nervous and had a headache. Lin Warner had invited Yilinger. She knew of the fight between the two of them outside the royal courtyard, so she had purposely taken this opportunity to have Yilinger and Fan Xian interact more and eliminate the animosity between them. She also wanted to be the mediator between the two of them. Fan Xian naturally understood Warner's intentions. He smiled and went forward, cupping his hands in salute. "Greetings, Miss Yi." After what had happened that day, Yilinger's nose was still sore, but she showed no signs of bashfulness. Instead, she cupped her hands in a chivalrous gesture. "Greetings, Master Fan. Master Fan is skilled, and I am impressed." Fan Xian chuckled, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Were they going to shoot a historical film in ancient times? Fantasia watched Ylinger disembark from the carriage and greet his brother. He lowered his voice and said to Ruoruo, "Sister, I understand. My future sister-in-law wants to be a mediator." Fan Ruoruo made a sound of agreement. She smiled and prepared to go forward to greet her brother. Unexpectedly, she heard what Fantasia said next, and stopped in her tracks. She heard Fantasia say lewdly, "I'm afraid that when your sister-in-law opens the door to welcome guests, she wants to welcome a younger sister." Fan Ruoruo spat and knocked Fantasia on the forehead. She scolded him in a low voice. "Let's not talk about my brother's intentions. Even if he wanted to marry, with Miss Ye's status, would she be a concubine?" In her heart, it didn't matter who her brother married, as long as he liked her. In this regard, it was similar to Fan Xian's expectations of her. A fat man disembarked from the other carriage. With the help of a maidservant, he looked around in a panic. Fan Xian gave Ruoruo a look, indicating for her to take Ylinger to rest. With one hand, he gently tugged on Wanner's sleeve. Lin Wanner looked at the fat man and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, but she still let out a soft cry. When she turned her head to look at Fan Xian, her eyes were full of gratitude. "Go." Fan Xian encouraged her with a gentle smile, and the two of them walked over to the carriage. When the fat man saw Fan Xian, his originally frightened expression immediately turned into a wide smile. The already wide space between his brows immediately became even longer. He moved forward a few steps and pulled Fan Xian's hand. "Little Xian Xian, so it's you. Debeo, didn't we agree not to call me that?" Fan Xian said with a pained expression. Lin Wanner was a little sad. She thought that her silly brother, whom she had only seen a few times, seemed to have forgotten her. But hearing Debeo call Fan Xian, she couldn't help but laugh. "Little Xian Xian." Fan Xian nodded helplessly. "Thank you." Lin Wanner looked at Fan Xian, moved. "You know it's not convenient for me to see him." "I know." Fan Xian smiled. He turned and patted Debeo on the shoulder. "Debeo, there's no polo today, but there's something else to play with." The courtyard was at the bottom of the hill. It was wide open, and they could see the blue lake in the distance. Debeo sniffled and shook his head. "Little Xian Xian, the water is green, not blue." Fan Xian sighed. "Because the water isn't deep enough." "Then let's go see how deep it is." Fan Xian's wishful thinking was to bring Debeo over today. 1. It would prevent his brother-in-law from being bored at home all day, and 2. It would give him to Fantasia to play with. In any case, they were just two children. How could he know that Fantasia had an innate sensitivity to things like being taken advantage of? As soon as he saw a big idiot, he hid far away. Fan Xian could only helplessly walk down the hill with Debeo by the hand. He thought to himself that lunch was probably over. Just as the silly son-in-law and uncle were about to walk out the door, Debeo suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner seriously. "Sister, why didn't you come?" Lin Wanner was startled at first, and then her heart ached. It turned out that her silly brother, whom she had only seen a few times, still remembered that he had a sister like her. She hurriedly responded and stepped forward to hold Debeo's other hand. Night fell. The faint sound of mahjong tiles falling to the ground could be heard in the distant attic. The guards gathered in one place to drink. The world was peaceful, and they all let down their guard. The servant girls were tired from playing during the day. After drinking a few cups of yellow wine, they went to sleep. As for the masters they served, they had long since withdrawn their curtains to rest. Occasionally, frogs croaked from the pond by the forest, and the occasional sound of fish breaking through the water could be heard in the lake. It made the imperial summer villa even more peaceful. In a remote place near the lake, there was a tent hiding from the moonlight. It was quietly hidden in the forest, receiving the night breeze from the lake. It was the middle of the night, when no one was whispering. In the tent, a young couple were whispering to each other. Chapter 119. Aren't you afraid of Si-Chi finding out that you carried me out like this? She sleeps so deeply every day. I don't even need to use the sleeping incense. I don't think she'll wake up. But, it's a bit embarrassing. Just to look at the stars. Can you believe what you say? Then what are you going to do, warn her? Fan Xian looked at her face with an evil smile. The moonlight outside the tent was not bright, so Lin Wan-er's face was particularly hazy and beautiful. Lin Wan-er wrinkled her pretty nose and faked a sigh. What can I do if I let a big pervert like you steal people in the middle of the night? Fan Xian also sighed. I'm also worried that if we keep sneaking around like this, after we get married, what if we go back to our bedroom and I don't know how to use the door? What should I do then? Lin Wan-er spat at him. She was afraid that his thoughts would really turn to evil. After all, it was the dead of night, and the two of them were alone. If he really wanted to do something, she would be powerless to stop him. Fan Xian didn't know the girl's thoughts. If he knew that Lin Wan-er was already thinking that she was powerless to stop him, he would probably have leapt forward a long time ago. As the saying goes, it's not that it's impossible, but it's that it's not that it's impossible. In Fan Xian's mind, once a girl thought that she was powerless to stop him, then she was already prepared not to stop him. The two of them lay on the soft mattress. The mosquito net was pulled open a crack. Looking out, they could see the starry sky. The moon was dim, so the stars were particularly bright. In the dark night with a hint of blue, they gently watched all the couples on the ground. Lin Wan-er reclined in Fan Xian's arms. Fan Xian only smelled a light fragrance. His chest and abdomen were the girl's soft and bouncy back. The summer youth's green robe was thin, as if there was no fabric between the two of them. Without a doubt, any man who had yet to respond, regardless of whether he was 16 or 60, had already fallen to the stage of being worse than a beast. So Fan Xian nervously tightened his arms, bringing the two of them closer to each other, not leaving any distance between them. Confused or blissful, he felt every bit of touch and elasticity in his arms. Fan Xian began to perform magic. His right hand had been holding Wan-er's hand, but in the next moment, it had somehow run to the girl's thin clothes. The tent was incomparably quiet, and even the slight sound of the waves on the lake seemed extremely bashful. After a long time, a few shameful voices came from the tent, along with the intoxicated voice of the young man. There are always some things in the world that cannot be seen with one's eyes. It is really difficult to grasp, very difficult to grasp. Lin Wanner's ears were red, and she made a sound of agreement. She twisted her body to free herself from Fan Xian's demonic grasp, but she was no match for the explosive power of a virgin. Her body was teased until it became more and more limp. In her desperation, she coughed and forced herself to look weak. As expected, Fan Xian was startled, thinking that she had caught a cold. He hurriedly recited the heart-cleansing kindness mantra a few times to suppress his desires. He straightened her clothes and pulled the blanket over her. Lin Wanner's embarrassment had not yet faded, but she felt a little amused and touched. Afraid that he would change again, she rolled her eyes and changed the topic. Today, Bai Jian. I saw that you made some fresh things. If I were to sell them, I'm afraid they would sell for a lot, right? She was talking about the barbecue condiments and the tent they were currently living in. Fan Xian was now a little dissatisfied. He said in a hoarse voice, "You are a princess. Why are you worrying about such a small amount of money? Come, let's kiss again." Lin Warner was both embarrassed and anxious. You open a bookstore, and you make tofu. People think you like to do business. Fan Xian thought that making tofu was one thing, but eating tofu was another. He replied with a pained expression, I have to prove that I can make money. Only then will our uncle, the emperor, be at ease when he leaves the palace treasury to us to manage. After he entered the capital, he had focused on doing business and befriended Qing Yu Hall for this matter. The two of them had finally calmed down. They hugged each other, gazed at the stars, and chatted idly. Somehow, they began to talk about Fan Xian's visit to the Prime Minister's manor a few days ago. Father, is he well? Lin Warner asked with concern. She rarely saw her father, but she still missed him. Today, she had seen her foolish brother and thought of how her second brother, Lin Gong, had died young. Her father was alone, and he must have been very sad. As his son, she was unable to serve him. Fan Xian knew what she was thinking. He comforted her. He's fine. After we get married, we can be filial together. It's better than now. Oh, right. The Prime Minister has really agreed to our marriage. Their voices grew lower and lower until they could not be heard. They disappeared into the quiet night by the lake. As for what else happened that night, they would have to think about it later. The next day, the sky was bright. It was impossible for the two of them to still be in their tents. Otherwise, if the guards and maids found out that their mistress and future master had been affectionate outside all night, it would certainly become the most sensational gossip in the capital. Fan Xian and Lin Warner opened their eyes on their respective beds. They rubbed their eyes, turned over, smiled, reminisced, and foolishly stretched their bodies. After everyone got up, they began to eat at separate tables. The maids and servants busied themselves. Lin Warner sat at the round table, gently putting shredded pickled vegetables into De Bao's bowl of porridge. She did not even glance at Fan Xian. On the other side, Fan Xian smiled foolishly and blew at his sister's bowl to cool it down. It seemed like a special brother-sister bond. Fan Xian and Lin Warner did not look at each other, but there was some kind of emotion between their brows. The whole hall began to emit the smell of happiness. The sensitive Yilinger and the intelligent Fan Ruoruo looked at each other suspiciously, and then tacitly averted their gazes. It was still early. After eating, Fan Xian was about to find a secluded place in the woods to exercise and maintain his daily practice. To his surprise, Yilinger walked up to him, cupped her fists, and asked for his guidance. After Yilinger returned to the manor, she told her father about the contest outside the royal courtyard. Yi Zhong asked about it in detail, and praised Fan Xian's response. He said that Master Fan had been able to evade the assassination attempt and cut open Qingjushu. He was indeed extraordinary. Hearing her father's words, Yilinger was finally convinced of Fan Xian's abilities. But she adhered to the ideals of the Yi family, and whenever she found an opportunity, she would sincerely ask Fan Xian for guidance. Asking for guidance only proved that Yilinger was not convinced to the bone. Fan Xian rarely trained with others. Back in Danzhou, he was a pitiful character who was beaten by Uncle Wu Zhu. So today, he had the right to give advice to Yilinger, a 7th-level master. He could not help but feel a little happy. His words of advice were sincere, but Wu Zhu was not a good teacher, and neither was Fan Xian. He could only tell her how to punch straight, and how to save energy. He could only start from the surface, and could not sum up a complete theory. The so-called little tricks were Fan Xian's current set of killing techniques. But it was not convenient to teach them to others, especially to a beautiful girl with eyes as clear as jade. Besides, Fan Xian was not an honest person who would dig out the heart of anyone he met, so it was impossible for Yilinger to learn the essence of Wu Zhu's killing techniques. But in the end, she had made some progress. Fan Xian smiled. Today, he had finally seen the Yi family's Luyun Sansho clearly. It turned out that a simple pair of hands could evolve into so many attacking methods. Even Yi Linger had the power to break through the wind and kill gods. If it had been Yi Zhong or Yi Luyun himself, perhaps the coffin breaker would have been enough to break the stone tomb, and the Sansho would have been like a withered twig, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge. After a series of punches and palms, Fan Xian was very satisfied with the degree of flexibility of Yi Linger's body. But the way he looked at her slender waist with a smile was a little strange. Yi Linger did not notice his gaze, or she would have been furious. She was still immersed in the perfect coordination of Fan Xian's attacks, the angle of his attacks, and the feeling of their perfect coordination. She was deeply shocked. In short, this was not a bad deal. After a long time, a cry of pain came from the forest. Fan Xian walked out, rubbing his wrist. Behind him, Yi Linger also walked out, holding her nose. She had finally become completely obedient. In truth, for everyone in this world, life was like a running account. It was just one step after another, repeating itself day after day. It was inevitable that it would be a little boring. But these two things, power and wealth, seemed to guarantee that a running account would occasionally have some new numbers appear. Fan Xian had kicked Dabao and Fan Xijia to the back of the mountain to ride horses and shoot arrows. There were guards to protect them, and maids to take care of them, so there was no need to worry too much. Now, in the summer resort, there was only him, and the three girls, Warner, his sister, and Yi Linger. Sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea and listening to music, Fan Xian smiled as he watched a beautiful girl sing in a low voice. Power was a good thing, he thought. If a princess wanted to hear a song, she could immediately call someone from the capital to sing for her. This girl was a true singer, and with her beautiful voice, she could roam the courtyards of the nobility in the capital. She was also someone who was virtuous. It was only at this moment that Fan Xian realized what it meant to be a man of the kingdom of Qing. He had to fight for power and wealth for the people around him. If he wanted to maintain a seemingly happy and peaceful life, and not become a bandit on the border, or a hard laborer in a brick kiln, perhaps there were some things that were worth giving up. He was a selfish man, he often reminded himself of this. In front of the mountain hall, the girl called Sangwen had a clear and crisp voice. It mixed with the cool breeze, passing through the hall and lingering on the beams. Before and after winter, there were several villages. North of the stream, south of the stream, on the lonely mountain at the top and bottom of the tree. Where does fragrance come from in the cold wind? Suddenly, we meet in silk garments. When one wakes up from a drunken stupor, the mournful sound of the flute breaks one's heart, and the faint yellow moon. Chapter 120. Good song, good words. Fan Ruoro smiled and sighed. Miss Sang's singing skills are indeed extraordinary. Sangwen was pleased to receive praise from the famous young lady of the Fan family. She blushed slightly as she bowed. The scenery of winter and the coldness of spring make this scorching summer a bit more refreshing. Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Fan Xian had been reborn in the kingdom of Qing for 16 years, but he still didn't like to listen to songs. He often missed Yang Zhongwei's singing from his previous life. Thinking of Yang Zhongwei, he thought of He Zhongwei, who had often come to Fan Manor to pay his respects. He frowned, and for some reason, he loathed that gifted scholar. But the line in Sangwen's song, suddenly meeting in a white silk robe, had stirred up something in him. The white silk robe consisted of white silk sleeves and a thin silk undergarment, as plain as a white plum blossom. And when he had first met Wan in front of the incense burner table in the Temple of Qing, hadn't she been wearing a white robe, like a plain plum blossom? But that winter plum blossom had the smell of a chicken leg. Fan Xian unconsciously looked at Lin Wan, and found that she was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Fan Xian smiled, and Lin Wan, blushed slightly. Although Yi Ling had long since acknowledged Fan Xian's abilities, seeing the dark ripples in front of her still made her feel uncomfortable. She coughed. I don't really like listening to songs. Fan Xian laughed. It seems that Miss Yi and I are both coarse people. Calling himself a coarse person was one thing, but his words dragged Yi Ling in as well. The other two girls couldn't help but laugh. Even Sang Wen, who had been in a daze, couldn't help but cover her mouth. Fan Xian was the only man in the mountain hall. Beside him sat his sister and Wan Yi Ling sat next to Wan and the atmosphere was filled with the faint scent of a young girl. It made Fan Xian feel very good, and he sighed that his life had not been in vain. As long as Princess Rojiao wasn't by his side, Fan Xian thought with some fear. Young girls were the most beautiful things in the world, but if they always looked at you as if you were a husband in 10 years, then that wasn't good. At that moment, Sangwen suddenly gathered her courage and curtsied. I would like to ask Master Fan to say a few words. In the capital, artists competed with their extravagance and the level of their fans. It depended on whether the people who listened to their songs were princes or dukes. But in the end, it was still a competition of ability, which was their ability to sing and write songs. Miss Sang had caught the eye of both the princess and the young lady of the Fan family. Naturally, she was an important person, and she thought about her songs and poems day and night. Today, by chance, she had met Master Fan, who was famous in poetry in the capital. She could no longer be reserved, and regardless of the difference in status, she bravely made this somewhat presumptuous request. Fan Xian was startled, but Lin Wanner and his sister were already giggling as they allowed him to write. Even Yi Linger opened her eyes wide in curiosity, wanting to see what kind of sentence he would come up with. Fan Xian was annoyed to the point that he had no choice but to go into the inner room and lay out some paper and ink. Ruoro had long since sat down in front of the desk, brush in hand, and waited. It turned out that Fan Xian was just a page boy. The three girls who followed him into the room couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. My sister's handwriting is better. Fan Xian explained a little awkwardly. Although he had practiced calligraphy diligently in Danzhou, it was still not as beautiful as his sister's, so he simply let her do it. Not long after, Ruoro had written down a few lines that Fan Xian had recited in small, delicate script. When Sangwen first heard it, her eyes brightened. She nervously took the piece of paper and read it carefully. She was overjoyed, and bowed to Fan Xian. Sangwen thanks Master Fan for the poem. Words cannot express my gratitude. Lin Wanner and Ruoro also nodded repeatedly, believing that Fan Xian's poem was worthy of the word gratitude. If Sangwen composed a good song and sang it all over the capital, she would probably have a few more good years ahead of her. Fan Xian was copying Tang Xianzu's clever line today, so the beautiful flowers and purples bloom everywhere, but like this they all give way to broken wells and decadent walls. A beautiful scene on a fine day, but heaven forbid it. Whose courtyard is it to delight the heart and delight the heart? Flying in the morning and rolling in the evening, the rosy clouds and green pavilions, the rain and wind, the smoke and waves of the painted boat, the beautiful screen makes people look at this cheap beauty. Looking at the intoxicated expressions on the faces of the women, he sighed and shook his head. He thought that the whole story of the Peony Pavilion was a wonderful piece of writing. Although it was beautiful, it lacked the spirit of the story. However, he was busy with dating, business, and dating. Even the outing had to last for 2 days. How could he have the time to think about it? It seemed that the work of spreading advanced culture was indeed very difficult. It's a little too tragic. Yi Linger, who had been silent all this time, was a little slow to react. She only now realized the true meaning of the line, and spoke sadly. Suddenly, Ruoro's expression changed. She thought of the line, a beautiful scene on a fine day, but heaven forbid it. It had already appeared in Story of the Stone, where Lin Dayu played the drinking game. If Sangwon sang this line all over the capital, wouldn't people immediately know that Story of the Stone had been written by her brother? But seeing that Fan Xian seemed to have forgotten about it, and that deep in her heart, she also wanted her brother to make a name for himself. She couldn't help but smile, and she didn't mention it again. The outing ended satisfactorily. Everyone got what they wanted before they came. Yilinger got some tricks, Sangwon got Fan Xian's poem, Fan Xija got a belly full of roasted fish and meat, and Dabao got a horse back to the Prime Minister's manor. Fan Ruoro got 2 days of elegant scenery to clear her mind, and Lin Wanner got the chance to get close to her brother. Fan Xian got the most, but he couldn't say it. If it ended like this, everyone would be happy. But when Fan Xian heard Wang Qinyan's report, he frowned. He really hadn't expected things to be so coincidental. The Crown Prince was coming. Retreat. Hearing that the Crown Prince was coming to the summer residence that day, Fan Xian didn't say anything else. He ordered Wang Qinyan to arrange for his group to retreat back to the capital. What a joke. If the Crown Prince was coming to spend the summer, would he dare fight for territory with him? Furthermore, the Fan family had always been considered part of the Second Prince's faction. The Prime Minister had broken off relations with the Eastern Palace, and the Overwatch Council was clinging to the Emperor. Although the power behind Fan Xian was great, they were all the Crown Prince's most hated targets. If the two sides really did meet, even if Fan Xian had a fake princess at his side and the young ladies of the Yi and Fan families, if the Crown Prince really wanted to humiliate him, Fan Xian would have no one to go to. The Emperor had said at the Green Bamboo Tea House by the Lujing River that Fan Xian should be able to live comfortably in the capital. But the Crown Prince probably didn't like Fan Xian being comfortable. If there was a difference of opinion between father and son, Fan Xian didn't have the arrogance to think that the Emperor would deal with his own son for the sake of a mere official son. So he had to retreat, cleanly and efficiently. He didn't want to give the Crown Prince a chance to see him or humiliate him. At the same time, he didn't want to give himself a chance to be humiliated and beat the Crown Prince after he was humiliated, committing a heaven-defying crime. He had come confidently, but now he had to retreat in fear. Fan Xian didn't feel good about it. Lin Wanner frowned unhappily. Brother Qingqian wasn't a tiger, so why was her husband so afraid? Yi Linger also looked down on Fan Xian, who was afraid of the nobility. So what if he was the Crown Prince? When he was young, the Emperor had sent him to the Yi family to learn martial arts. She had beaten him up too. After all, Fan Xian was only an 8th-level functionary, a mere illegitimate son of Count Sinan. He wasn't like these two girls, who had been in and out of the palace since they were young, and were used to seeing the world's top figures. Furthermore, his thoughts were much more mature than these girls, and he knew that this matter was a bit sensitive. Because he had arranged things quickly, by the time the Crown Prince's entourage was about to arrive at the summer estate, Fan Xian's entourage was already on the official road. The two sides brushed past each other. At that moment, a gong rang out, as if a performance was about to begin. The Crown Prince's entourage stopped, and a palace guard called for Fan Xian's entourage to stop as well. Fan Xian lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out expressionlessly. In the bright yellow carriage, the Crown Prince's entourage, the future most powerful man in the world, was weakly talking to the carriage behind him. The Crown Prince, Li Qingqian, had handsome features, but he didn't look well. His face was a bit pale, and the corners of his lips were a bit black. He had come to the mountain resort to spend the summer. He hadn't expected to see Warner and the girl from the Yi family on the road. They had grown up together, so he had stopped to chat. Knowing that Warner had spent the night at the summer estate, Li Qingqian's heart ached. "Why don't you take care of your body?" he said. "The imperial doctor said that you are most afraid of cold." Yi Ling'er laughed and interjected. "Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about that. You have a famous doctor by your side." Lin Warner frowned and looked at Yi Ling'er. "It's already summer," she explained with a smile. "How could I catch a cold?" But he didn't change the subject. The Crown Prince was very curious about what Yi Ling'er was talking about, and asked for more details. Only then did he learn that the person in the carriage in front of them was Warner's future husband. He was very surprised. The Fan family's underground fighter. He has become famous recently. Quickly have him come and let me take a look. "Forget it, Your Highness." "Don't scare him," said Lin Warner awkwardly. The Crown Prince frowned. "The Emperor's family has a few poor relatives. In the future, when you are married, he will be my brother-in-law. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, in a few days, father will summon him to the palace to pay his respects to the concubines." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Moreover, the imperial court is about to give him a position. Could it be that he still wants to hide?" These words were extremely heavy, and the two carriages immediately quietened down. "Greetings, Your Highness." A voice broke the silence. At some point, Fan Xian had arrived in front of the Crown Prince's carriage. He smiled and bowed. Chapter 121. The Crown Prince, Li Qingqian, had a weak temperament and a weak body. This was what Fan Xian knew of the Crown Prince. After bowing, he raised his head somewhat rudely and looked at the Crown Prince with a slight smile. Although the Crown Prince's identity was noble, Fan Xian felt that he and the Emperor had both drunk tea and chatted. Facing his son, he would not be too nervous. He had not wanted to come out and meet the Crown Prince, but the talkative Yi Ling'er had shattered his fantasy. When Fan Xian looked at the Crown Prince looked back at him with interest. For the Crown Prince, the fact that Fan Xian's name had shaken the capital in just a few short months was already an anomaly. Furthermore, his father had appointed him to marry Warner. As the master of the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince was well aware of the meaning behind it. If the eldest princess lost the right to manage the palace treasury, and the person who took over was an enemy, the messy debts of the past would come to light. This was what the Crown Prince was most worried about. Fortunately, it would take another 2 years for the palace treasury to change hands, so it was not an urgent matter. But the Fan family was on good terms with King Jing, and Crown Prince Jing's son, Li Hongqing, was on good terms with his second brother. The Crown Prince frowned slightly. Looking at the beautiful young man below the carriage, he momentarily forgot to speak. The advisors in the Eastern Palace were now divided into 2 factions. Whether to attack or pull the Fan family was still being considered. If it was a normal manner, the Crown Prince would not care too much. But the Fan family was different. The grandmother of the young man before him was his father's wet nurse. With this layer of relationship, the Crown Prince could not do anything to the Fan family. "You are Fan Xian." The Crown Prince finally realized that he was a little absent-minded. After a slight pause, he asked with a smile. "Your subject Fan Xian greets the Crown Prince." Fan Xian bowed again with great respect. "I did not know the Crown Prince's carriage was here, so I did not get out. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Looking at Fan Xian's elegant face, for some reason, the Crown Prince's original dislike for him lessened. In that instant, he decided to temporarily wait and see. He quietly said, "Those who do not know are not guilty. But my sister Warner is weak and sickly." You must pay more attention to her. Do not be like those youths in the capital who only seek temporary pleasure. I am afraid. Fan Xian could tell that the crown prince was not planning to deal with him today. He felt slightly at ease and replied gently. Don't be too cautious. After the wedding in October, you'll be considered a relative of the country. You'll have to visit the palace often, so you should be more relaxed, the crown prince lectured. Fan Xian smiled slightly and replied yes. Unexpectedly, the crown prince's next words surprised him. Envoys from Dongyi and northern Qi will soon enter the capital. Because the incident at Nilon Street is related to you, the court has decided to make you a deputy and temporarily raise your rank. I am informing you ahead of time so that you can make some preparations and not panic. The crown prince spoke lightly, thinking that he had unknowingly done Fan Xian a favor. Fan Xian paused for a moment, then said, I am the functionary of Taichung Temple. I am afraid it would be inappropriate for me to participate in national negotiations. The crown prince snorted coldly and said, if you don't have any achievements, how are you going to face yourself in court in the future? Fan Xian could tell that the crown prince was a little angry. He quickly agreed and thanked the crown prince, then moved aside to make way. The crown prince waved the black horsewhip in his hand with golden threads and nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Lin Wanner and warmly said, you should go to the palace more often. I miss you very much. He paused and then said, recently, I often have a headache. There was nothing strange in the crown prince's voice, and his expression was as gentle as ever. But Fan Xian could see a trace of unease in the crown prince's cowardly eyes. Lin Wanner smiled and said nothing. Crown prince, let's go. The crown prince's carriages began to move, moving slowly in the direction of the mountain resort. Fan Xian didn't dare move until the carriages had disappeared at the end of the road. Only then did he let out a sigh and stretch his stiff waist. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being an official is a tough life. Don't tell me you dare have thoughts of disloyalty. Yi Ling mocked him. Ling don't talk nonsense. Xizhou was afraid of Ruoruo, and Yi Ling was afraid of the little tiger. Lin Wanner was angry, and Yi Ling immediately jumped back into the carriage. Lin Wanner walked to Fan Xian's side and saw that he was still looking in the direction the carriage had disappeared in. She couldn't help but sigh. I know what you're worried about. But none of my three brothers are easy to get along with. I think it's best if you don't side with any of them. Fan Xian had always acknowledged Lin Wanner's political wisdom, which she had cultivated deep in the palace. He nodded solemnly, then suddenly thought of something. What about the youngest prince? Is he also a difficult person to deal with? Wen Yun is only 8 years old. He doesn't understand these things. Lin Wanner continued to comfort him. The nominal position of Taichung Temple's son-in-law, joining in on the ceremonial negotiations, has been done before. It's not as if the Eastern Palace really wants to recruit you. Don't worry. Fan Xian smiled, thinking that he was already quite relaxed, but he still faked a sigh. It's just that when I see the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, the future ruler of the kingdom of Qin, I can't help but feel nervous. It was strange. Although in his previous life, the highest official Fan Xian had seen before his illness had only been the headmaster of a school, after his rebirth, perhaps because he had been born into a family of officials, he didn't feel nervous when he saw important people. Even when he saw the emperor a few days ago, he was able to hide it well. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh. She pulled on his sleeve. Didn't you hear what the crown prince said? Before the wedding, you have to go to the palace to pay your respects to the various concubines. If that ancestor is happy, it's not impossible for him to see you. After walking through a dozen palaces, even if you're nervous, you'll become numb. Ancestor. Fan Xian knew that Lin Wan was talking about the Empress Dowager, who lived deep in the palace. For some reason, he shivered. Let's go. Your Highness has already gone so far. Why are you still standing there looking at the horses? But Fan Xizha, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but yell from the carriage in front. De Bao, who was in the carriage in the middle, heard someone yelling and also yelled happily. Fan Xian laughed. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw all these thoughts to the back of his mind. In Fan Xian's mind, since he was lucky enough to live again, he had to live it to the fullest. Women, money, power, he couldn't complain that it was too little. But after entering the capital, he saw the murky waters and couldn't tell how deep they were. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Donbo Bookstore's business was good. The last few chapters of A Story of the Stone were about to be printed, and money was coming in. In the future, even if he took over the palace treasury, he would find a way to leave it to Qingyu Hall and Fan Xizha. As for the matters of the court, his father, Chen Pingping, and his mother's former comrades would stand in front of him. As for the dangers lurking in the dark, he had Uncle Wu Zhu as his bodyguard. Even if Uncle Wu Zhu didn't want to see the sun like that time on Milan Street, Fan Xian felt that he had the ability to protect himself. So all of a sudden, he felt that he had the potential to become a free and unfettered rich man. This was still just a fantasy. He and the people around him all knew this. Snapping his fingers, Fan Xian looked calmly at the dirt road outside the carriage window. What a coincidence, he said. North, south, east, west, and west of the capital, there are 13 royal residences, 2 temporary imperial residences, and 1 hunting ground. Given the crown prince's status, he could use any of them. Why did he come to the summer estate today? The summer resort is far from the capital, and it's quiet. That's why we chose this place first. After setting off again, he and Wang Qinian were alone in the carriage, so they spoke very directly. Wang Qinian also frowned. If someone deliberately let the crown prince come to the summer resort so that we could have a conflict with the crown prince, this kind of arrangement is too complicated, and it won't necessarily be effective. Fan Xian shook his head, a slight chill in his eyes. As long as there are people by the crown prince's side, it wouldn't be difficult to slightly influence the crown prince's destination. And my reputation in the capital has always been based on the word arrogant. I reckon that whoever arranged for us to meet the crown prince by chance wouldn't have thought that the crown prince wouldn't be angry at me for stealing his silver, and that I would behave myself. It's just that I don't know the rules of the palace. For example, how long does it usually take for the crown prince to travel out of the capital? We arrived at the summer resort yesterday. If the crown prince decided to come here a few days ago, then we can be sure that this was a coincidence, and not an arrangement by someone with ulterior motives. Wang Qinian analyzed. Fan Xian shook his head again. I already asked the princess when I was in the carriage. When the crown prince travels, as long as he doesn't stray more than 28 miles from the capital, then he only needs to report to the palace. All the preparations will take about a day. Looking at the time we met, the crown prince will probably leave the palace this morning. Wang Qinian looked at Fan Xian worriedly and said in a low voice, what benefit could the person who arranged this matter have? Fan Xian laughed. There are many benefits. If the crown prince really humiliates me, I reckon that the Fan family will have no choice but to carry the flag and show our allegiance. Is it the second prince? Wang Qinian probed. Fan Xian thought that during this period of time after entering the capital, the second prince had repeatedly summoned him, but he had never met him. He really didn't know what kind of character this man, who was unwilling to be a peaceful prince, was. However, he would not judge everything arbitrarily. In a quiet voice, he said, who knows? Everyone in the palace is like a demon. I don't care. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. He still arranged for Wang Qinian to get out of the carriage to see if anyone was following them. He believed that with Wang Qinian's ability, if someone was secretly watching him on the official road, then he would certainly be able to catch them. If there was no one watching over his caravan to facilitate that chance encounter on the official road, then it could only mean that he was overly sensitive and paranoid. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and leaned against the soft cushions of the carriage, hoping that he really was being overly sensitive. Chapter 122. There was a house on the side of Xinjing Road in the capital. Wang Qinian had spent 120 taels of silver to buy it. There had been a number of procedures, and he believed that no one would be able to find out who the real owner was. Fan Xian frowned as he looked at the two men tied up tightly in the corner. Their mouths were stuffed full of smelly rags, and their faces were red. Tears were streaming from the corners of their eyes. They couldn't speak, and they couldn't kill themselves by biting their tongues. Where were they caught? Fan Xian asked quietly. The 4th Bureau personnel behind Wang Qinian bowed and replied, 7 miles outside the city, Sir Wang found traces of the other party. After they were stopped by us, they tried to quibble, but they couldn't withstand our investigation, so they admitted to it. After you left the capital yesterday, these two people have been following you. I don't know what method they used to inform their people, but I don't know what relationship they have with the Eastern Palace to arrange this coincidental meeting. Fan Xian furrowed his brows. He had not thought that his random guess would actually reveal a clue to a conspiracy. It looked like it was not that he was too wise, but that his enemies were too stupid. Jingdo was too dark, and everyone had a forked black tail behind them. He also understood that the investigation his subordinates spoke of must have involved torture. But since they had admitted to it, no one cared what methods they used. Did you find out who they were? Fan Xian asked Wang Qinian in a low voice. Wang Qinian shook his head. The less I know, the better. So I waited for you to interrogate them personally. Fan Xian nodded. He was happy with his cautiousness, but then he fell into deep thought. He looked at the two men in the corner, and could easily see something else in their eyes. They had such a determined expression, but had not been trained in torture. Firstly, they couldn't be from the Overwatch Council, and secondly, they couldn't be from the palace. They had already been examined and found not to be eunuchs. So the most likely culprit was the second prince's personal power. Of course, the great prince at the foot of Yin Mountain couldn't escape suspicion. At that moment, Fan Xian suddenly thought of something his father Count Sinan had said. When you don't know who your enemy is, don't make random enemies. Even if you know who your enemy is, so what? If he found out that it was the second prince who did it, could he really kill his way into the manor? Fan Xian smiled bitterly. He knew that some things were better left unclarified. There's no need to ask. Fan Xian rubbed the space between his brows. It seemed he was a bit depressed there. Kill them all. Yes. His subordinates were all malicious spirits of the Overwatch Council, so they were not surprised by this bloody order. They calmly walked forward, pulled out the knives at their sides, and stabbed them into the waists of the two men. Two spluttering sounds rang out, and the two men's feet kicked wildly. Their eyes rolled back, and they died. Bury him properly, Fan Xian ordered. He didn't put on any pretentious expression of sorrow. Yes, the subordinate replied. After leaving the courtyard, they walked through the small alleys of the capital for a long time before they stepped onto the main road. Wang Qinian accompanied him for a walk, maintaining the silence and courtesy that a subordinate should have. Fan Xian suddenly said, "When will the envoys from northern Qi and Dongyi arrive? The council should have this information." Wang Qinian replied, "From the moment they entered the country, the fourth bureau has been assisting the local authorities in receiving them. Judging by the date, they should arrive at the beginning of next month. Fan Xian nodded. Help me find out who they are. Also. He paused for a moment. If this doesn't count as breaking the rules, could I trouble the council to ask our spies in northern Qi to bring back some information? It would be best if they could find out what the bottom line the northern Qi envoys are negotiating with is. Wang Qinian had heard the crown prince's words earlier, so he knew that Master Fan was going to be the assistant envoy. He spoke in a low voice. Yan Bingyun, the son of the head of the fourth bureau, Yan Ruohai, has been lurking in northern Qi for 4 years. He's had some success, so I reckon he should have some good information. Fan Xian reminded him, don't talk about this kind of thing too much in the future. If northern Qi found out, I'm afraid Master Yan's son would be in danger. Wang Qinian smiled. Master, as the commissioner, you have the authority to know about this. Fan Xian also smiled. It's better to know less about this kind of thing that involves taking responsibility. Wang Qinian looked at the gentle smile on Fan Xian's handsome face and thought of the murders in the council. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. If it's better not to know, then why do you still need to investigate? The deaths of those 2 men don't seem necessary. Fan Xian calmly replied, although it's better not to know, we still need to investigate. Those 2 men must die. Because I have to let others know that I know what they don't want me to know. The 2 lives are a warning to them not to try to manipulate me again. It seems that Niulan Street didn't make those high and mighty people behave themselves. The death of my brother-in-law at the foot of the Tsang Mountains was caused by Sigu Jian. Perhaps they think I'm easy to bully. Although the series of no was a bit of a tongue twister, and Wang Qinian was a bit confused, he gradually understood the meaning and nodded. Fan Xian suddenly smiled. Don't worry. I've never seen blood or dead people. You don't know how I grew up. In the days that followed, the world was peaceful. The deaths of the 2 nameless men didn't seem to matter. But Fan Xian was sure that this matter had already begun to take effect. Occasionally, he would go to Taichung Temple to do his morning roll. Occasionally, he would go to Donbo bookstore to collect money. Occasionally, he would go to the tofu shop to work. Occasionally, he would go to the Prime Minister's manor to get closer to his future father-in-law. Occasionally, he would sneak into the royal courtyard to fall in love. Occasionally, he would stay at Fan Manor to tell his sister stories and copy books. That night, he washed up and prepared to go to bed. His gaze fell on the black leather suitcase that had been carelessly tossed to the side. He didn't know what was in the suitcase, so he was naturally curious. But after staying in the same room for so long, and not knowing where the key went, he couldn't help but feel a bit numb. Of course, if he knew that Chen Pingping also cared about the suitcase, he would certainly reevaluate its value. He wouldn't just toss it in the room like trash. Instead, he would dig a large hole under the bed and cover it with 3 layers of steel. Where was the key? It was as if God had suddenly heard the greatest question in his heart. A cold voice rang out in Fan Xian's ear. The key is in the palace. Then, without any wind, a black stick came from the heavens and smashed viciously into Fan Xian's back. There was a muffled sound. Fan Xian couldn't dodge in time, and was heavily knocked to the ground. His back hurt, and he coughed in pain, blowing a few strands of dust from his face. You've regressed. Although Wu Zhu's voice was emotionless, it was clear that he held a rather negative attitude towards Fan Xian's performance. Uncle. Fan Xian had grown accustomed to this kind of life. With great difficulty, he crawled up from the ground. He slowly circulated the Jinqi in his body, alleviating the pain in his back. Looking at the dark corner of the wall, he couldn't help but whisper, "Uncle, I haven't seen you for so many days. I've been worried to death. Wu Zhu was not used to the passion in his words. He coldly took half a step back and coldly cut through Fan Xian's lies. I know. You're not worried about me. Fan Xian smiled somewhat bitterly. He really wasn't worried. Wu Zhu was a perverted grandmaster assassin. He believed that no matter where he went, he would be fine. But Fan Xian hadn't seen him for a long time, and he really did miss him. He was curious as to what he had been up to. Perhaps Uncle Wu Zhu had always been by his side, and he didn't know. Wu Zhu continued, the key is in the palace. The second repetition brought Fan Xian back to his senses. He frowned slightly, and then suddenly understood. So you've been looking for the key all this time. This is the lady's relic. I shouldn't have listened to Qin Pingping and left the key in the capital. Wu Zhu's tone was still indifferent. I've been looking in the palace for a few days, and I've come up with 3 possible places. Too risky. Fan Xian growled in a low voice. Deep in his heart, he was a little angry. Although Wu Zhu had the power of a grandmaster, the palace was no place to be trifled with. The guards were all experts, and Fei Jia had once mentioned that the most mysterious of the 4 grandmasters had always been hidden within the palace. Wu Zhu had risked staying in the palace for so many days. If he had been discovered, the mysterious grandmaster would have acted. With the addition of 500 armed guards, even if Wu Zhu's skills were divine, he wouldn't have been able to come out alive. As if he hadn't noticed Fan Xian's anger, Wu Zhu continued to speak. Do you want the key? Fan Xian calmed down. He understood why Wu Zhu had come today. Wu Zhu had always been a person who hid in the dark. If there wasn't something they needed to talk about, Fan Xian suspected that Wu Zhu would never see him again, and would only protect him from the shadows. And tonight, Wu Zhu had come to ask for the key, not to ask for Fan Xian's opinion, but because this matter required his participation. But, if it was difficult for Wu Zhu to take something from this world, what could Fan Xian help him with? As Fan Xian thought about it, he said quietly, what do you need me to do? There are 3 places in the palace that are difficult to enter, Wu Zhu said expressionlessly. Fan Xian was curious about which 3 places they were, and asked. Xingqing Palace, Hanguang Palace, and Guangxin Palace. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Within the palace, these 3 places were the most heavily guarded. They were the residences of the emperor, the empress dowager, and the eldest princess. Not only were they the most difficult places to enter in the palace, but they were also the most difficult places in the world. I want you to think of a way to get that eunuch Hong Xixiang out of the palace for 2 hours. Fan Xian frowned slightly. Eunuch Hong. The head of the palace eunuchs, a senior statesman of 3 dynasties. I heard that he has been in the palace since the founding of the nation, and has great power. But if you want to steal the key from the palace, why do you want me to trick him out of the palace? What does this have to do with anything? He suddenly understood something, and raised his head in surprise to look at the black cloth on Wu Zhu's face. With a trembling voice, he said, could it be that eunuch Hong is the most mysterious grandmaster in the legends? Fei Jia had once said that of the 4 great grandmasters, one was Sigu Jian of Dongyi City, another was Ku He, the imperial advisor of northern Qi, and another was Yi Luyun of the kingdom of Qing. The last one was also from the kingdom of Qing, but no one knew who he was. Even with the power of the Overwatch Council, they could only vaguely sense that this great grandmaster was hiding in the royal palace of the kingdom of Qing. Wu Zhu shook his head. I don't know. I haven't fought him, but I do know that in the palace, the one who can most easily find me is the eunuch Hong Xixiang. Fan Xian nodded. In his mind, given Wu Zhu's cautiousness, this old eunuch Hong must be an unfathomable figure in the palace. If even Wu Zhu was afraid of him, then perhaps eunuch Hong's identity as a grandmaster was already on the verge of being revealed. Given Wu Zhu's cold temperament, he could even kill Yi Luyun, but he couldn't kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't fear any grandmaster in the world. Last time, he had attacked violently to hide his relationship with Fan Xian. This time, however, he was trying to steal the key, so his style was somewhat different. Fan Xian thought about his recent arrangements, connecting the matter of envoys from northern Qi and Dongyi, but he still couldn't think of a good way to establish a relationship with the head eunuch in the palace. It was also not convenient to ask his father for help, otherwise he would have to explain many things that he didn't want to explain. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. One should know about the palace. She lived in the palace until the beginning of this year, and only moved out at the beginning of this year. Tomorrow, I'll go see her. Wu Zhu looked at him noncommittally, and said coldly, I only want you to drag Hong Xixiang out of the palace for 2 hours. As for how you do it, that's your business. Fan Xian shrugged. Uncle, you always give me the most difficult tasks. This was a naughty joke, and he hadn't talked to Wu Zhu for a while, so he seemed to have forgotten that Wu Zhu didn't have much of a sense of humor. Wu Zhu said seriously, then I'll go kill Hong Xixiang. Whether I succeed or not, I can probably stall him for 6 hours. You go to the palace and find the key. Fan Xian found that he had picked up a hot meteorite and smashed it on his foot. He quickly said with the utmost respect, it's just to steal something. It's not too risky to challenge Hong Xixiang. I'll try to get in touch with him. After Wu Zhu left, Fan Xian remembered that he couldn't find him. If he did arrange everything in the future, how would he inform this blind uncle? Lying back on the bed, he looked at the black suitcase in a different way. If the key had to be placed in the most heavily guarded place in the palace, then there must be something very important or terrifying hidden inside the suitcase. For example, a map of the border, a list of high-ranking spies in the Overwatch Council that his mother had created, or a map of the Yi family's treasure. Fan Xian could no longer sleep peacefully. He stood up and kicked the suitcase under the bed, as if he felt that it would be much safer this way. Fan Xian calmly went to Ruoruo's room and asked her for some needles for sewing. Ruoruo couldn't dissuade him, so she took out a few small needles from the box and handed them to him. She was curious. Looking into her brother's eyes, she asked, "This is for embroidery. Is your clothes torn? You can give it to the servant girl." Fan Xian smiled. It's much more complicated than sewing clothes. He thought for a moment, then said, "Don't let anyone know that I took 3 needles from you." Fan Ruoruo nodded, confused. The wedding was imminent, and Fan Manor had already begun preparations. There was something strange about Fan Xian and Lin Wan's marriage, so all the rules had to be re-established. At least, it wouldn't be like other consorts, where the royal family arranged the prince consort's mansion. After all, Lin Wan's status as a princess had always been limited to the palace. If it were to be done in the capital, it would probably give rise to rumors. The newly married mansion was next to Count Sinan's. It was just an empty garden, but Fan Xian had begun preparations for it at the beginning of the year, so it had long since been taken care of in splendor. There was a door in the back garden of the 2 courtyards, so the front and back manors were connected. The main entrance to Fan Xian's courtyard was on the opposite side of the street. It had been very quiet in the past few days. The workers had stopped working long ago, and the trees and rockery had long been taken care of. They were nourished by the wind and water. Because there weren't many people around, the large courtyard seemed very quiet. No one wanted to stay there for long. A black shadow floated by. It was Fan Xian. He had quietly come to the courtyard, holding a piece of tofu in his right hand and 3 silver needles between the 4 fingers of his left hand. He found a secluded place and carefully placed the tofu cubes between the branches of the willow tree. The tofu had become extremely tender after he had improved it, so it was placed there trembling as if it could break at any time. Fan Xian closed his eyes and slowly increased the tyrannical Jinqi in his dantian. It flowed through the top of his head and into the snow mountain behind his waist, forming two Jinqi channels, one large and one small. He allowed his entire body to enter a state of tranquility, without a single stray thought. The wind rose, and Fan Xian's entire body became a gust of wind, blowing toward the center of the willow tree. With a light touch, the tips of his feet valiantly stopped his forward fall, and with a sudden sound, he used his control of his body to bounce back. It was like a crafty fish playing with a fool's hook. After a while, he slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back, squinting at the piece of tofu in the willow tree branch. There were 3 thin needles on the tofu, and they were trembling slightly. In that split second, he had inserted the needles into the tofu with incredible speed and arranged them in the shape of a triangle. Based on Fan Xian's understanding of the human body, if this technique was used to kill someone, it would certainly be very effective. He retrieved the needles with satisfaction. Ever since Nilon Street, he had been searching for a weapon that suited him best. Wu Zhu's weapon was a stick-shaped object. Whether it was a wooden stick or a simple iron drill, in Wu Zhu's hands, it was a deadly weapon. This was the result of his realm. Fan Xian knew very well that for him, a handy weapon could save his life many times. In fact, he very much liked the slender dagger in his boot. Whether it was in Danzhou or Nilon Street, the sharp dagger that Fei Jia had left behind had already helped him twice. However, this dagger could not be brought into certain places, such as the royal palace. And Fan Xian knew that since the key was in the royal palace, he was afraid that, in the end, he would have to be like the swordsman in the novels of his previous life, and break through the forbidden area. Wu Zhu's stick and words yesterday had stimulated him a little, and he had found some passion again. He looked at the 3 needles on his finger, reflecting the light of the rising sun, and couldn't help but frown. What kind of poison should he apply to them? Once he had a goal, he did things with passion. So when Fan Xian passionately entered Lin Wan's boudoir on a dark night, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. After all, it hadn't been that long since their last outing. After a moment of intimacy, Fan Xian pretended to casually ask about matters in the royal palace. Lin Wan had grown up in the royal palace, and was quite familiar with its people. She wasn't curious why her fiancé was suddenly interested in this. She thought that Fan Xian was worried about the rules of entering the royal palace to pay his respects, so she comforted him. The concubines in the royal palace are all very good to me, and His Majesty doesn't like women, so it's not like the old emperor of northern Qi who died a few years ago, who had an endless supply of beauties. Besides Her Majesty, there are also the great prince's mother, Ning the Talented, the second prince's mother, Lady Shu, the third prince's mother, Igui Pin, and a few other concubines. I don't think I need to pay my respects. Fan Xian thought that those concubines naturally wouldn't want to offend her mother, the eldest princess, who was deeply favored by the Empress Dowager and controlled the palace treasury. He shifted his body on the bed to make holding Wan more comfortable. Why is the great prince's mother only a talented person? He asked curiously. Lin Wan explained, Ning the Talented is from Dongyi. She was captured by His Majesty on his first northern expedition. I heard that on the battlefield, His Majesty was injured, and Ning the Talented took care of him day and night. So His Majesty freed her from slavery, and she entered the royal palace, where she gave birth to the great prince. But after all, she wasn't a citizen of Qing, so even though she saved the emperor and gave birth to his eldest son, she still couldn't win the Empress Dowager's favor, so she couldn't be made empress. Besides, she was already an imperial concubine. But 10 years ago, something happened in the royal palace. His Majesty was furious, and he stripped her of her position, demoting her to a talented person. Fan Xian was slightly startled, thinking that the struggles in the royal palace were as complicated as he had imagined. Lin Wan sighed and continued, "Fortunately, eldest brother's military exploits in the West are outstanding, so Ning the Talented is able to maintain her position in the royal palace. But now she seems to understand many things, and is quite content in the royal palace. In fact, I used to often go to her royal palace to play, but I haven't gone as often in the past 2 years." Fan Xian asked about some of the secrets of the royal palace, and Lin Wan didn't hide anything from him. In the end, Fan Xian finally asked about the topic of the night. Very casually, he said, "I hear that the head of the eunuchs, Eunuch Hong, is very powerful in the royal palace." Yes. Lin Wan was not a little tiger that night, but a kitten. She snuggled in his arms and gently rubbed her face. Eunuch Hong has been in the royal palace since the founding of the country. When the previous emperor was on the throne, he was trusted. Today, he still maintains his position as the head of the eunuchs, but he is old and doesn't care much. He basically stays in the Empress Dowager's palace. In the Empress Dowager's palace. Fan Xian's heart suddenly surged with many dark historical memories. "What is it?" Lin Wan asked curiously, her 2 large eyes blinking. Fan Xian pinched the tip of her cold nose and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that if I want to have a good relationship with the royal palace, I have to do something about Eunuch Hong." "That won't be necessary," Lin Wan explained. "This old eunuch only walks around the royal palace. He doesn't care much." Fan Xian couldn't tell the woman in his arms about his plans, so he could only smile. "Leave a message for me to see when the royal palace will summon me." Lin Wan was embarrassed, but she didn't forget to tease him. "I think it'll be a few days." "What? Are you in a hurry?" "Of course I'm in a hurry. With such a good daughter-in-law outside, who wouldn't be in a hurry?" Gradually, the second floor of the building in the royal palace returned to silence. Looking at his fiancée sleeping soundly in his arms, Fan Xian unconsciously sighed. There were always many other things in life, and he hoped he could handle them well. The next day, when he went to Taichung Temple for morning attendance, Ren Shaoqing mysteriously pulled him to one side and lowered his voice. "Do you know about that matter?" Fan Xian looked at the man's 30 or 40-year-old face, which still had traces of the handsomeness of the past, and played dumb. "What matter?" Ren Shaoqing sighed. "The office of the Grand Herald sent a message this morning, saying that they want to transfer you over there." The office of the Grand Herald was responsible for receiving foreign guests and handling matters between countries. Fan Xian was startled. He knew that the matter the Crown Prince was talking about had begun. He cupped his hands and asked, "Sir, why do you want me to be transferred over there? I've only been at Taichung Temple for a dozen days." Ren Shaoqing frowned. "Does Sir Fan have any connections in the Eastern Palace?" Fan Xian knew that he was asking about his father. He shook his head. "You know that my father rarely interacts with the palace, not even with the ministers." "That's true." Vice Minister Ren nodded. Count Sinan was famous for his stubbornness. Taking advantage of the special relationship he had with the emperor, he didn't even pay attention to the prime minister in the past, and was always on equal footing with the other princes. Ren Shaoqing thought for a moment. "I heard that the Eastern Palace suggested that you participate in this negotiation." Fan Xian didn't know how to respond, so he continued to play dumb. "What negotiation?" "The envoy from Northern Qi is here to discuss the aftermath of the war between the vassal states of the northern frontier, such as the payment of money. The envoy from Dongyi is here to deal with the assassination attempt on the second son of the prime minister at the foot of the Tsang Mountains." I heard that he brought a lot of money and beautiful women. The so-called negotiation is to see how the imperial court haggles with these two places. Ren Xiaoan was the prime minister's disciple, so he naturally saw Fan Xian as one of his own. He cautiously reminded him. If this matter is handled well, it will only be the icing on the cake. In any case, the soldiers have sacrificed their lives to conquer those territories. But if it is not handled well, and we don't get the benefits that the emperor expects, then it will be very inappropriate. As for Dongyi, this matter involves the death of the second son. If you are too weak, it will be difficult to explain yourself to the prime minister. But since the imperial court has allowed the Dongyi envoy to come, it proves that the imperial court doesn't want to pursue this matter too much. They only want to get some benefits. After all, Dongyi still has Sigajian. Fan Xian frowned. These matters were indeed complicated. Ren Xiaoan continued with concern. Your identity is special. You and the prime minister are about to become father and son-in-law. If you try to cater to the emperor's wishes, you will lose your father's wishes. So this is a very awkward situation. You must be careful. Fan Xian was startled. Only then did he realize the crux of the matter. He gratefully cupped his hands in salute. I am new to officialdom, and I don't know the intricacies of this, but this matter is a bit complicated. I am only an 8th level functionary. Even if the office of the Herald of Ceremonies sends me to assist, I fear that my words will carry little weight. Ren Xiaoan shook his head and sighed. This time you are the deputy envoy. You are at the peak of the storm. Who knows how many eyes are watching you? Why are they watching me? Thinking this, Fan Xian smiled and said, You worry too much, sir. There should be no problem. Indeed, Ren Xiaoan had worried too much. Although he didn't know what the Eastern Palace meant by sending him to be the deputy envoy, whether it was to rope him in or to make him lose the emperor's wishes, Fan Xian had already made sufficient preparations. He was not afraid. In the afternoon, an official sedan chair came to pick him up. It traveled along the bluestone path, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the sedan chair entered the office of the Herald of Ceremonies. The office of the Herald of Ceremonies was equivalent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of later generations. The Minister of the Office of the Herald of Ceremonies was equivalent to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In his previous life, Fan Xian believed in a saying, a weak country has no diplomacy. Now that the Kingdom of Qing was the most powerful country in the world, the office of the Herald of Ceremonies had become a very lucrative and prestigious yamen. Surrounded by dense cypress trees, the summer heat could not penetrate the yamen at all. Fan Xian sat quietly in the quiet hall, listening to the man above him speak. The speaker was Xan Chiwu, the vice-envoy of the office of the Herald of Ceremonies. Northern Qi and Dongyi had come to deliver their letters of credence. To the officials of the Kingdom of Qing, who were used to being the boss, this was not a very big deal. So the vice-envoy of the office of the Herald of Ceremonies was still sleeping at home. The person in charge of this matter was only a 4th-rank vice-envoy. Master Fan, this time, the court appointed you as the deputy envoy. First, it is because of your talent, and second, the matter of Northern Qi has something to do with you. It is just that you are not familiar with these matters, so there is no need to rush. Take your time. Xan Chiwu knew that the beautiful young man sitting at the very bottom had a powerful background, so he spoke very politely. Yes, yes. Master Fan, your poetry is famous throughout the capital. Coming to our office of the Herald of Ceremonies to reason with those foreigners is a waste of your talent. A large group of officials looked at Fan Xian, quietly flattering him. At the same time, they were afraid that this young master would steal all the credit from the office of the Herald of Ceremonies. They couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. Chapter 123. Fan Xian did not dare to be careless. He quickly stood up and bowed, then cupped his hands in salute. He looked at the diplomatic officials of the Kingdom of Qing with a warm expression and said sincerely, "I have only been in Taichung Temple for a few days, and I do not even understand the music of the court. The palace appointed me as deputy, presumably to let the northern Qi rebels see that the people of the Qing kingdom cannot be casually killed. They only want me to be a memorial. They don't actually want me to do anything during the negotiations." He chuckled and continued, "I know nothing about the relations between nations. I only hope that I will not be a hindrance to you. I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me." After all, he was not someone who had been in the bureaucracy for a long time. Fan Xian's words were a bit excessive and reckless. But this kind of straightforward speech actually made the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies feel very comfortable. Originally, when they learned that Assistant Minister Fan's son was going to participate in the negotiations, these self-proclaimed professionals of the Kingdom of Qing always felt a little uncomfortable. It was like a group of carrion crows, and suddenly a vulture had flown in for a bone. Since Fan Xian had made it clear that he was not here to fight for credit, the people of Honglu Temple were naturally much happier. Xan Chiwu also nodded his head in approval. Of course, everyone knew that if they could successfully demarcate the border, they would be able to obtain a large amount of tribute silver and be rewarded accordingly. This nobleman, who was clearly here to gild his name, would certainly receive what he deserved. After the meeting, Xan Chiwu led Fan Xian to a small room that had been prepared for him. He pointed to a large cabinet filled with documents and said, "The relevant information is all here. The most important thing in this negotiation is that Northern Qi wants to give some silver in exchange for a large piece of land, which we have already occupied. Dongyi does not have any requests. They only want to settle the last 2 assassinations. The first is the Nyolan Street incident related to Fan Xian. The 2 female assassins have already been proven to be the disciples of Sigurd Jian's second disciple. The second is the matter of the manor at the foot of Tsang Mountain, but..." He looked at Fan Xian and paused for a moment before continuing, "As you know, that matter is a bit complicated, so the court will not be able to come up with any good evidence." Fan Xian nodded. Smelling the stale air in the room, he began to feel a headache coming on. Would he have to deal with these things for the next few days? As if reading his mind, Vice-Chancellor Xan smiled and said, "If Master Fan does not wish to stay on duty, you may take it home with you. But you are not allowed to take a single step out of the yamen, as long as it is marked in red." Fan Xian was overjoyed. Although he knew that the old man did not want to see him as an eyesore, he still gratefully said, "To tell the truth, I have no idea why I came here today. If you do not mind my laziness, I am willing to sleep at home every day." For a mere 8th-level functionary to make such a joke with a 4th-level vice-minister of Honglu Temple, Fan Xian reckoned he was a rare anomaly in the Qing kingdom. Xan Chiwu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He lowered his voice and said, "Master Fan, the Eastern Palace has high hopes for you." Fan Xian smiled. Now that he knew who Xan Chiwu was, he did not dare to be vague. He quickly replied, "Please do not worry, sir. I understand. My father often teaches his sons that as an official, I must abide by the rules of an official." Hearing this reply, Xan Chiwu, who was the Crown Prince's confidant, nodded with satisfaction. "Count Sinan is devoted to the country. I have always admired him." The 2 of them exchanged a few more indifferent words before Vice-Chancellor Xan left. Fan Xian watched him leave and gradually narrowed his eyes. His father had indeed said that as long as the Crown Prince was on the throne, the Fan family would naturally be loyal to the Crown Prince. But even Fan Xian himself did not believe these words. Xan Chiwu, who was clearly a member of the Eastern Palace, would not believe it so easily. Appointing Fan Xian as deputy envoy was only a cautious attempt by the Eastern Palace to see if the Fan family could move a little closer to the Crown Prince's throne, even if it was just a little. In the following dozen days, Fan Xian did as he said. Every day, he shut himself in the manor and slept. Of course, for him, sleeping itself was a necessary process of cultivation. As for the official matters, after he took back some information, he handed it over to Wang Qinian and let him make the decision to come up with a proper negotiation plan. Fan Xian knew very well that Wang Qinian would secretly report to the old cripple of the Overwatch Council. Since that was the case, he handed over this complicated and boring task to Wang Qinian. Whether it was for the sake of his mother or his father, Chen Pingping could not allow Fan Xian to lose face in court. Of course, he would handle it appropriately. When it came to using resources that he could use, he did not hold back. As expected, a few days later, Wang Qinian came to the small room they had agreed upon, looking haggard. He handed over a thick folder. Fan Xian curiously opened it, and his eyes lit up. He saw that it was divided into two parts. One was the internal reference material that only the high-ranking officials of the Office of the Grand Herald were allowed to see, and the other was the prepared file on the negotiations with Northern Qi. The material clearly analyzed the internal situation of Northern Qi, including the scheming between the young emperor and the Empress Dowager, Imperial Advisor Ku He being a pacifist, and so on. The material clearly stated that the Empress Dowager's younger brother, the Marquis of Ning, had been attacked by the civil officials of Northern Qi because of his defeat. Thus, the young emperor did not care how much money he had to pay or how much land he had to cut off. As long as the people were angry, he could use this opportunity to weaken the power of the Empress Dowager. Because the Empress Dowager was anxious to calm things down and free up her hands to reorganize the court, her instructions for this negotiation were mainly to be patient. Of course, these things hidden in the dark could not be seen by the foreign officials of the Qin Kingdom. Only the secret power of the Overwatch Council, through spies all over Northern Qi, could find out every little thing, and then put them together and analyze them, could come to such a clear conclusion. Wonderful. Fan Xian sighed. With this information in hand, the officials of the Office of the Grand Herald will be laughing their heads off. He paused, then asked curiously, how reliable is this information? The corners of Wang Qinian's eyes drooped. It seemed that he had not slept well for the past few days. Very reliable. Yan Bingyun has already made a name for himself in Northern Qi, and the entire intelligence network is very reasonable. With mutual reference, there should be no problem. Fan Xian could not help but feel some respect for the young man called Yan Bingyun. For the sake of the country, he was content to be a rat in the shadows, and he had done so for many years. As the son of a high-ranking official in the court, it was not easy. How could he know that the reason Yan Bingyun was pitifully staying in Northern Qi was because of the attempted assassination when Fan Xian was 12 years old? If Fan Xian knew about this, he did not know whether he would feel guilty or laugh out loud. Wang Qinian, I didn't expect you to be so good at intelligence analysis as well as tracking. Fan Xian knew exactly where this dossier had come from, but he did not point it out. Wang Qinian could only return the courtesy, not daring to claim credit. Fine, I'll go to the office of the Grand Herald tomorrow and discuss this with the Vice Minister. Fan Xian saw that Wang Qinian seemed to want to say something, and asked curiously, is there anything else? Wang Qinian said awkwardly, Sir, this information cannot be given to the office of the Grand Herald. Why? Because the secrets involved are of the highest level. The entire office of the Grand Herald, including the Minister of the Grand Herald, has no right to access them. Fan Xian slapped his forehead and laughed bitterly. Then what do you think we should do? Let the council go through normal channels and give it directly to the office of the Grand Herald. Wang Qinian sighed. If it were not for the fact that the director wanted Fan Xian to astonish everyone in the negotiations and pave the way for his future career, he would not have ordered the entire 6th Bureau to work through the night to write this dossier. This dossier looked ordinary, but it contained the blood, sweat, and tears of the Overwatch Council's intelligence analysts. If Fan Xian were to simply give it to the office of the Grand Herald, the director would probably jump out of his wheelchair in anger. It was the end of summer, and the heat was still hot. The people on the streets of the capital and the black dogs on the streets were somewhat dispirited by the weather. On the 8th day of the 8th month, an auspicious day, the Northern Qi and Dongyi envoys arrived at the last official resting place to the northwest of the capital. The Emperor of the Kingdom of Qing had personally issued an edict allowing the 2 envoys to stay in the Emperor's palace. The protocol officials of the 3 sides argued for a few days, and finally decided on a schedule and arrangements for their arrival in the capital. The people of the capital were all roused. They felt that in their ordinary and boring lives, there had suddenly been an autumn rain. In their minds, the envoys of these 2 countries were not here to negotiate, but to present their letters of surrender. As the deputy envoy for negotiations, Fan Xian was naturally part of the group that welcomed the envoys. From the west gate of the capital, he waited for the officials of the 2 countries, and arranged for them to stay in the official resting place. The faces of the Northern Qi envoys were clearly unsightly. After all, they had been the losers in this battle of commanding the vassal states. Furthermore, many of their soldiers had been captured, and most importantly, a lot of their land had been occupied. "Sir, who is this?" The highest-ranking official in the Northern Qi envoys was the younger brother of the current empress, Chongningho. He looked down at the handsome young man from above, and his heart was filled with anger. The Kingdom of Qing did not value him. The official receiving him was only a minor official from the office of the Grand Herald, and yet they had allowed such a young man to be the deputy envoy. It could not be helped that they were looking down on him. "I am Fan Xian. Greetings, Master Marquis." Fan Xian's face was full of smiles as he looked at the enemy. The intelligence report from the Overwatch Council in his bosom made it clear that this man was just a decoration. The man in the sedan behind him, Zhuang Mohan, was the real deal. He had been arranged by the palace to live in a side courtyard. Chapter 124. Compared to the citizens of the capital who were waiting to see what was going on, Fan Xian was in low spirits. He was carefully writing a few notes in his study, doing his best to rewrite the Overwatch Council's intelligence analysis report. Using the tone of a young master who had lived in the capital for a long time, he rewrote it into a slightly scholarly judgment. This was to prevent the jaws of the officials of the office of the Grand Herald from dropping to the ground when they heard his report. They would suspect that, besides the Emperor's Overwatch Council, the Kingdom of Qing had another terrifying intelligence agency, and that this agency was working for a mere 8th-level functionary. Fan Ruoruo wasn't in a good mood either. She copied it in small script and stuck the slip of paper together. "Brother, this is really strange. Where did you get this information? Why didn't you just use it? Why did you have to make it sound so ridiculous?" Fan Xian rarely hid anything from his sister. In this regard, even Lin Wan could not compare to Ruoruo. He said bitterly, "At first, I was just being lazy, so I wanted to borrow their power. Who would have thought that I would create such a meticulous and terrifying case? The source of this information cannot see the light of day, so I couldn't just hand it over to the office of the Grand Herald. Who is the envoy from Northern Qi this time?" Fan Ruoruo was actually very happy that her brother could finally openly participate in court politics. Although Fan Xian had taught her since she was very young, she was still a girl who had grown up in the world of the Kingdom of Qing. She had always thought that a man who made tofu every day could only be treated as entertainment, and could not be sustained for long. Not the Emperor's party, not the Empress Dowager's party, and certainly not the Crown Prince's party. As Fan Xian sorted out the information on the table, he casually replied, "It is the Northern Qi Empress's brother, Chang Ningho. I hear he is also a great scholar." But this time, the most eye-catching person in the Northern Qi envoy is not him, but his teacher. Northern Qi's literary master of a generation is called Zhuang Mohan. As long as one is a scholar, he is greatly admired. I don't know what price Northern Qi paid to pull him into the envoy. When the time comes, even His Majesty will have to give him some face. I'm afraid this butcher's style of demanding land and money will have to be toned down a bit. Zhuang Mohan. Fan Ruoro was shocked, and her face glowed. This was the first time Fan Xian had seen his sister look like a starchaser. Ruoro had always been a very cold woman. Aside from her brother, who she adored, she had never paid any attention to other scholars. For some reason, Fan Xian felt a little jealous. Fortunately, the case file clearly states that this Zhuang Mohan is already 70 years old. Otherwise, I would have to be a little more careful. Fan Ruoro said shyly, "As a brother, how can you not be serious?" Fan Xian laughed and said, "If you really like that old man, then you are the one who is not proper." Seeing that Ruoro was about to get angry, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Let's be serious. Do you have any ideas about what I told you that day at the country estate?" That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The brother and sister were sitting in the field worrying about the little girl's future marriage. Ruoro fretted for a while, but in the end, not a single one of the four young talents caught her eye, so she gave up. At that moment, Fan Xian thought of something and frowned. "Last time, when we coincidentally met His Majesty at the Lujing River, didn't he say something?" "What did he say?" Fan Ruoro showed a rare confused expression. It seemed that the brother and sister were too shocked at the time, and their memories were a little fuzzy. Fan Xian closed his eyes for a long time. Suddenly, he opened them and slapped the table. "His Majesty wants to arrange a marriage for you." "Ah." Fan Ruoro was quite frightened. What were the children of officials most afraid of? Marriage. If they were lucky, like Lin Wan, they would be married to Fan Xian. If they were like Taichung Temple's Ren Shaoqing, who was married to a tigress princess, they would not be happy for the rest of their lives. And of all the marriage arrangements, the most frightening was the one that came from the palace. The emperor's will could not be disobeyed. Even if you were to marry a hedonistic son of a rich family, you would not be able to reason with him. In the past, officials and eunuchs still had the possibility of sending their daughters to the palace to win the emperor's favor. But this emperor was not interested in women, so this path was blocked. Even the crown prince and the two adult princes did not dare to take more than one concubine. Although the crown prince's lecherous reputation was known throughout the capital, there were only 3 cold and lonely concubines in the eastern palace. Fan Ruoro also remembered the emperor's seemingly unintentional words. She was quite shocked, and tears welled up in her eyes. "What should we do?" she asked in a trembling voice. Fan Xian's mind worked quickly, and he immediately came up with a few possible families. He narrowed his eyes and said, "The Great Prince, the Second Prince, and the Crown Prince of King Jing. Although my father is only an assistant minister, based on the Fan family's position, the emperor will probably only choose one of these 3. If he chooses one of the minister's sons, then there is nothing to be afraid of. If you are not willing, I naturally have a way to reject this marriage. If the marriage was to be arranged to the son of a minister, and his sister was not willing, Fan Xian would naturally think of many ways. After all, behind him stood his father, Chen Pingping, and the prime minister. They were the so-called 3 powerful people, and even the crown prince of the eastern palace was trying to rope him in. As long as it was not one of the 2 princes or crown prince Jing, Fan Xian was confident that he could ruin all the marriages his sister did not want. However, the three young nobles were most likely to be the ones who were the most powerful. Fan Xian was quiet for a moment, and then suddenly couldn't help but curse. I was wondering why Li Hongqing went to the brothel every day, but refused to get married. So he was waiting here. Seeing his sister's frightened expression, Fan Xian smiled and comforted her. The eldest prince has been fighting in the Western barbarians for many years, and I hear he is also outstanding in martial arts. Although I have never met the second prince, I hear he is also a very powerful person. As for Crown Prince Jing, Li Hongqing, the two of us are familiar with each other. Aside from his somewhat playful nature, there is nothing bad about him. If you really do marry Li Hongqing, with me on your side, I won't even let him take a concubine into his room, let alone a brothel. Don't worry, sister. It would have been better if he hadn't comforted her. Now that he had analyzed the situation, Ruoro felt more and more certain that it was true, as if it was about to happen. She said sorrowfully, "Brother, but I don't want to marry any of these three." Fan Xian sighed. He didn't want to continue discussing the troubles of growing up. In a gentle voice, he teased, "What's so bad about that? When I see you in the future, I'll have to call you a concubine or something. If the second prince really does become emperor, and you're the mother of the world, wouldn't that make you my mother?" This joke was not very funny, so Ruoro didn't laugh through her tears. There was an awkward silence in the study. In the silence, the brother and sister both had their own worries. Ruoro was confused, while Fan Xian was determined. If something really did happen in the future, he had to prepare for it. The location for the negotiations was not very spacious. It was set up in the largest room in Honglu Temple. There was no extremely long table between the Northern Qi envoy and the Qing official. Instead, it was as if they were having a casual chat. They sat in their respective chairs, with tea on the table, and chatted as if they were having a casual conversation. Fan Xian insisted on sitting in the most inconspicuous chair at the bottom. He looked at the scene with cold eyes, and thought of a phrase from his previous life, tea party. Although he was nominally the deputy envoy, because the process had not yet entered the final stage, and he insisted on sitting below, the official from Honglu Temple couldn't do anything. Under the gentle exchange of words, there was a hidden glint of swords. Before long, the voices of the officials of the two countries, who had already seen the outcome of the battle, gradually grew louder. Some of the more impatient officials' buttocks were about to leave the surface of their chairs. "Humph. I don't know whether Northern Qi won this battle on the northern border, or our court won." A sixth-level official registrar of the Honglu Temple could no longer tolerate the other party's unreasonable words. He stood up and sternly rebuked them. "Battles are dangerous. His Majesty of Northern Qi is worried about his subjects and people, and so he benevolently and righteously stopped the battle. Victory and defeat have not been decided, so how can we know who the winner is? If the envoy of Northern Qi was not thick-skinned, he would not have been sent to be the vanguard." Seeing the mustached man speak as if it were a matter of course, even the usually calm Fan Xian wanted to rush forward and beat him up. Xan Chiwu of the Honglu Temple smiled slightly, but Fan Xian could see a trace of treachery in his smile. This treachery was the confidence that the Qing kingdom had accumulated through 20 years of victories. He heard the high-ranking official of the Qing kingdom say quietly, "In that case, please return. Between our two countries, we will fight again. After a true victory has been decided, it will not be too late to negotiate." What was this? This was an undisguised threat. This was undisguised state terrorism. This was undisguised hooliganism. Fan Xian did not show any shock on his face, but in his heart, he was incomparably impressed. This Xan Chiwu is quite daring. As expected, as soon as he said this, the northern Qi side began to attack the Qing officials for speaking carelessly, causing irreparable damage to the friendship between the two countries. Unexpectedly, Xan Chiwu continued to coldly reply, "Between our two countries, when has there ever been such a thing as friendship? This is probably how Wei Xiaobao negotiates." Fan Xian clicked his tongue in his heart. A high-ranking official of the Honglu Temple was acting like a scoundrel in the relationship between the two countries. If it were not for the fact that the kingdom of Qing was truly powerful, this situation would never have occurred. The negotiations of the Honglu Temple had always been well coordinated. The red-faced and black-faced officials took turns to take the stage, and as expected, another official stood up with a face full of benevolence. "Everyone, do not forget your duties. Do not let your emotions affect His Majesty's original intention of restoring the friendship between our two countries." The two sides brushed their sleeves and left, and the tea party ended. The high-ranking officials had already revealed their identities, and the actual fighting at the negotiating table was left to the lower-ranking officials, who worked hard to do it. But the negotiations had reached an impasse, and for the time being, they could not move forward. As for the northern Qi envoy, Zhuang Mohan, after entering the palace to speak with the Empress Dowager, he rarely came out to see people. Fan Xian was a little puzzled. Was that old man here on vacation? Chapter 125. 2 days later, in the office of the Grand Herald. Exchanging captives is the first major event. Xan Chiwu was no longer as reckless as when the two countries were negotiating. He said lightly, "His Majesty has decreed that the captured soldiers must be returned no matter what. Everything else is trivial. We might as well make some concessions in this regard." An official replied, "The number of people captured from northern Qi and the small countries they control has been roughly tallied. There are more than 2,400 people. On our side, about 1,000 people were captured. According to His Majesty's decree, even if we were to exchange our captives, we would still be able to get them back." "Yes." Xan Chiwu nodded, satisfied with his subordinate's efficiency. Regarding the issue of redrawing the border, His Majesty's intentions are clear. "We will not give up an inch of the land we have taken. If northern Qi wants it, they will have to exchange it with the grasslands of Qianlong Bay." Qianlong Bay was in the northwest of the Kingdom of Qing, and it was connected to the only enclave of the Kingdom of Qing there. If they could take it back, that enclave would be safe. The officials noted down their superiors' intentions. One of them said, "But for some reason, northern Qi has been particularly unyielding this time. It seems they want to fight to the death. They have only agreed to give us money and horses, but they are not willing to cede the land." The first person to jump out at the tea party was an impulsive person. He slammed the table and scolded, "We have already taken the land. Are we going to have to give it back?" Xan Chiwu nodded. Although Master Zhao's words are a bit direct, they do make sense. He coldly glanced at his subordinates, put down the teacup in his hand, and said, "My fellow colleagues, don't forget that these lands were won by our soldiers with swords and spears. They were exchanged with blood and flesh. Of course, we can't give them back with both hands. Those soldiers have paid with their lives. What about us? We are only moving our lips, so we cannot give up on the interests of our own countries. We must fight with them for a tale of silver and an inch of land." The man who had spoken earlier continued to frown. "What you say is very true, sir. But according to the secret reports from the envoy stationed in Shangjing, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor of Northern Qi has become warmer because of this defeat. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager's brother has already been punished and returned home. If we ask for too much in the negotiations, and the two countries go to war again after a breakdown, this would not be in line with His Majesty's wishes." Everyone should know that if Northern Qi is truly of one mind, even a centipede with 100 legs would not feel good if it bit someone. Shangjing of Northern Qi is too far away. Going there and back, this information might not be useful. Xan Chiwu felt a headache coming on. The most important thing in negotiations was to know yourself and your enemy. Although they had the home advantage and the advantage of being the victor, the other side was in their own capital. They could rely on the Northern Qi spy network that the court had not yet had time to clean up. They could have first-hand information on the Qing court's reaction, but it would be difficult for the Qing side to know the true reaction of the Northern Qi court. Someone suggested, why don't we ask His Majesty to have the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council assist us? You should know that the people of the 4th Bureau in Northern Qi are much more powerful than those of the other yamens of the court. Everyone's eyes brightened. This was true. As officials of the capital, of course they feared and hated the Overwatch Council. But if the Mad Dog, the Overwatch Council, was used to deal with the enemy, no one would object. They would all be in favor of it. Unexpectedly, hearing this suggestion, Xian Chiwu suddenly lost his poise. He scolded, "What you have thought of, haven't I and the prefect not thought of it? If Yen Luo Dian doesn't want to give us anything, what can I do? Do I have to go cry in front of His Majesty's palace?" So that was how it was. Their faces became calm again, but deep down, they thought, if you can get information on Northern Qi, what is there to be afraid of crying on the stone steps in front of Xingqing Palace? The hall fell silent. Although the officials and people of the Qing kingdom had always thought of themselves as the strongest country in the world, before His Majesty ascended the throne, the people of the Qing kingdom had always lived under the terrifying shadow of Northern Wei. Although Northern Wei had been reduced to half of its territory by His Majesty on 3 northern expeditions, becoming the Northern Qi of today, if they were forced into a corner again, it would still be a terrifying thing. So without the support of strong confidence, the negotiations seemed to be stuck in a stalemate. Tonight, I will go to the palace again to ask for His Majesty's decree. Xian Chiwu frowned, but his eyes glanced at Fan Xian, who had been sitting quietly at the end. Fan Xian seemed to have no self-awareness as a deputy. These days, whether it was negotiations or anything else, he always sat there with a smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Xian Chiwu had been sent here by the Crown Prince's edict to give Fan Xian some political capital. Fan Xian was sensible enough not to take credit, but it was not good for him to be so silent. He thought for a moment, then said gently, "Master Fan, what do you think of this?" Fan Xian clenched his fists in his sleeves, but his face remained calm. He said gently, "I think that Northern Qi is just bluffing. If they really have the strength to fight again, they would not be in such a hurry to send a diplomatic mission to sue for peace." The officials all knew that Master Fan was famous for his poetry and fists, and they had admired his quiet and unambitious attitude these days, so they had some expectations of what he would say. But when they found out that he could only say such a general statement, they could not help but feel disappointed. But for the sake of face, the officials could not say anything, so they casually agreed. Xian Chiwu, on the other hand, thought that since he was going to do Fan Xian a favor, he might as well do it thoroughly. He continued to ask gently, "What you say is reasonable. But in the relationship between two countries, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. A country is like a person, and sometimes it is dominated by emotions, so it cannot be judged by reason. Do you have any other evidence, Deputy Fan?" He really did hope that Fan Xian could strengthen the conviction of the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Fan Xian inwardly praised the vice minister for saying that a country is like a person. He thought for a moment, then said, "The key is that Zhuang Mohan. You all know his position in the hearts of the world's scholars. If Northern Qi did not intend to sue for peace, they would not have spent so much to invite Zhuang Mohan to the capital with the diplomatic mission. The officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies all came from the imperial examinations, so of course they knew of Zhuang Mohan's name. After a moment's thought, they realized that this was indeed the case. But this alone was not enough to bring the negotiations back to the original path. Xan Chiwu frowned. If we could find out why Zhuang Mohan was willing to come, perhaps it would be of some help. The Overwatch Council's files clearly stated that Zhuang Mohan was willing to come because, first, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor of Northern Qi had lowered themselves to beg him. Second, Zhuang Mohan had always prided himself as a mortal saint, and wanted to mediate the military conflict between the two countries. The third reason seemed to be his personal reasons, which had not yet been discovered. Although Fan Xian despised the attitude of this saint, he would not belittle his reputation. But at this moment, he would not reveal these reasons in front of all the officials. He only replied quietly, "If we could meet him, perhaps we would be able to find some clues." Registrar Xiao shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, "According to the customs of the two countries, such a person is usually only seen at banquets in front of the palace. If an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies asks for an audience, and he refuses, there is nothing we can do. We would only be humiliating ourselves." Suddenly, his eyes brightened. But Deputy Fan's reputation for poetry has long been known throughout the world. I believe that Zhuang Mohan would not refuse the title of meeting friends through poetry. Fan Xian was surprised. He had only copied 3 poems, and 2 of them had been written by Ruoruo. How could he make his reputation known throughout the world? Fortunately, Xan Chiwu shook his head and helped him out. Zhuang Mohan has always been an extremely arrogant person. His scholarly works, poetry, and songs are all the top talents of the world. There is no way he would lower himself to meet Deputy Fan. In my opinion, the key to Northern Qi's invitation this time is the banquet in front of the palace. They want to use his reputation to persuade His Majesty. The officials thought that this was probably the case. After the meeting was over, Fan Xian found an opportunity to pull Xan Chiwu aside and hand over the proposal that he and Ruoruo had spent several nights organizing. Xan Chiwu flipped through it hastily, and his eyes brightened. He had not expected Fan Xian to write something like this. Although the evidence was rather absurd, after careful analysis, it seemed to point directly at the current situation in Northern Qi. Good. Xan Chiwu said excitedly. With this, the office of the Grand Herald will have more confidence in our negotiations. But, Deputy Fan, why did you not mention it before, and now you are giving it to me in private? Fan Xian looked at his superior's suspicious expression and smiled. Some of the deductions are a bit absurd. These are my personal opinions, so I did not dare say them in public. I am only giving them to you in private for your consideration. Xan Chiwu could not contain his excitement. He stood in the corridor and read carefully, but his brow gradually furrowed. After a long time, he said quietly, "Master Fan, there are many things in here that even the court does not know about." Fan Xian's heart trembled. He knew that he could not hide it from Xan Chiwu, but he had trained his composure for over 10 years, ever since he arrived in the capital. His expression did not change. He smiled. "There are some things that I cannot say. One of the most important things about being an official was to pretend to be mysterious." As expected, Xan Chiwu did not pursue the matter. Instead, he smiled warmly. "If this negotiation is successful, I will certainly write to His Majesty and guarantee you a great service." Fan Xian smiled, bowed, and excused himself. Xan Chiwu watched Fan Xian's green-robed silhouette disappear into the courtyard, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. He was close to the crown prince, and naturally knew that Count Sinan held a private power that belonged to His Majesty. But this power had never been displayed on the political stage of the kingdom of Qing. Could it be that Fan Xian dared to use it just because of Fan Xian? He had never connected Fan Xian to the Overwatch Council. After all, the Overwatch Council was His Majesty's private spy agency. Even the princes could not interfere, much less the illegitimate son of an official. Sitting in the sedan chair, Xian Chiwu rested his chin on his hand and pondered. After the sedan chair stopped, he looked at the tall red palace wall outside. It seemed that his advice to the crown prince had been correct. As for the Fan family, they could only be roped in, not attacked. Chapter 126. Within the Eastern Palace, there were two factions of opinion. The faction that opposed Xian Chiwu believed that since the Fan family of Count Sinan had a good relationship with King Jing, and now had a marriage alliance with the Prime Minister, Crown Prince Jing was a close friend of the second prince, and the Prime Minister was gradually distancing himself from the Eastern Palace, the Fan family must be on the second prince's side. Xian Chiwu firmly opposed this view, because in his view, Fan Jian was not an ordinary official who would follow the Prime Minister's lead. In the depths of the palace, Xian Chiwu obediently knelt in the doorway of the study, his buttocks raised high. Fortunately, his official robes covered it, so it did not look ugly. "Rise!" The emperor's voice came from behind the curtains. Xian Chiwu stood up, his arms hanging by his side, not daring to move. He had been to this study a few times, but he still could not get used to the natural pressure. 2 soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He did not know if it was because of the summer heat, or because he was nervous, but he did not dare to wipe them away. The sound of paper flipping rang out from behind the curtains. After a long silence, the emperor lightly said, "This statement is reasonable and well-founded." "Very good. Since that mother in the north is still not willing to settle down, then that's good. You have to help me open my mouth wider." Xian Chiwu replied loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor's voice suddenly became strange. "Assistant Minister Fan's son is now your deputy." Xian Chiwu did not expect His Majesty to be so concerned about Fan Jian. A few more beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he respectfully replied, "Yes." The emperor seemed to be very interested in this matter. "Oh, this Fan Xian, I made him a functionary in Taichung Temple." "Why did you want to transfer him to Honglu Temple?" Although His Majesty's voice was still gentle, Xian Chiwu was so nervous that he almost fainted. He did not dare to hide anything, and answered honestly, "A few days ago, Your Majesty ordered me to lecture in the Eastern Palace, and I spoke with the Crown Prince about the Northern Qi envoy. Because Fan Xian is related to this matter, and because he is famous in the capital, the Northern Qi envoy has Zhuang Mohan, and the court needs a scholar to receive him. So I ventured to suggest this, and Your Majesty agreed." "Yes." Behind the curtain, the emperor admired this official's frank attitude. He had never been afraid of people forming cliques in the court, but this clique had to be formed in the open. "If there is no mistake in this matter, I will give you full authority to handle this matter. Even if it is the Crown Prince, you do not need to ask." "Yes." Xian Chiwu had never thought of hiding his relationship with the Crown Prince from His Majesty. After all, he was the person appointed by His Majesty to serve in the Eastern Palace. The emperor flipped through the file again, faintly frowning. How did Fan Xian do? Xian Chiwu did not dare to be greedy and replied honestly, "The dossier that Your Majesty is looking at is the result of Deputy Fan's analysis." Analysis. For some reason, the emperor's tone became a little angry. This is getting more and more ridiculous. Xian Chiwu did not know why His Majesty was angry and was terrified. Fortunately, this matter did not seem to have much to do with the negotiation. After he left the study, His Majesty lifted the curtain and walked out. On his face, there was a trace of anger, but also a trace of helplessness. He ordered the eunuch beside him, "Summon Chen Pingping to the palace." The eunuch accepted the order and left. The master of the kingdom of Qing, the most powerful man in the world, walked out of his study and stood in the hallway of the palace. He looked at the dim moon, and the corners of his lips curled up. He said to himself, "The most powerful weapon of the nation, and instead of directly assisting the office of the Grand Herald, you use it as a stepping stone for a child's advancement. Well done, Chen Pingping. It looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you really will give my courtyard to that child to play with." What kind of person was the emperor? From the file that claimed to be the result of Fan Xian's analysis, he could immediately see the shadow of the Overwatch Council. But looking at his expression, he did not seem to be angry, only a little amused. Xan Chiwu's attempt to have the crown prince win over the Fan family was actually in line with the emperor's thoughts. The Eastern Palace had finally shown some political wisdom, and the crown prince seemed to have improved. This fact made the emperor feel slightly gratified. In the Eastern Palace, a fierce quarrel had broken out. The two sides of the quarrel were Xan Chiwu from the office of the Grand Herald and Guo Baoquan, the of the palace. The content of the quarrel was naturally related to the 8th-level official called Fan Xian. Looking at the red faces of both sides, it was obvious how intense the quarrel had been. Xan Chiwu looked at Guo Baoquan with a hint of disdain. "As an official, I have to be frank. I have come to assist the Crown Prince on His Majesty's orders, in order to help the Crown Prince plan for 1,000 years, and to choose a good talent. Functionary Fan Xian has a reputation for talent in the capital. Looking at his recent actions, he knows when to advance and when to retreat. He has real talent, and the Fan family has always been a loyal subject of the royal family. Of course, the Crown Prince should condescend to accept such an official, and not turn him away just because of a moment's anger." Guo Baoquan sneered, "Does Lord Shaoqing think that I only remember that punch? Don't forget the relationship between Fan Manor and King Jing's manor, and that Fan Xian is about to become the Prime Minister's son-in-law. Don't you know the Prime Minister's direction?" Xan Chiwu straightened his neck and said, "I don't know. I only know that the kingdom of Qing only has one emperor, and the kingdom of Qing only has one crown prince. Any attempt to divide the kingdom into factions is extremely foolish." He was not a man with only great ambitions but no skills. Of course, he knew that the second prince had recently become popular, but in terms of strategy, he still believed that the Eastern Palace did not need to treat the second prince as an opponent. Once that happened, it would open a dangerous door. As long as the crown prince remained upright and righteous, there would be no enemies to speak of. The crown prince, who was sitting high above, sighed. He was indeed lecherous and cowardly, but he was not an idiot. In the depths of his heart, he knew that if he looked at the bigger picture, Xan Shaoqing's view was undoubtedly correct. But politics had always been a battle to the death. Even if he was careful, who could guarantee that his two brothers, who were eyeing the throne, would not do something? The situation at hand has not reached that point. The crown prince rubbed his temples and said with some annoyance, "After all, I am the heir to the throne. It is my duty to reserve talents for the court. As for my brother, don't talk nonsense. That would be too absurd." This was the helplessness of the royal palace. It was clear that they were on guard against each other, but no one could say anything verbally. What about Fan Xian? Guo Baoquan still did not want to give up. Xan Chiwu snorted and said, "Master Guo, I think you have been misjudging one thing." "What is it?" the crown prince asked curiously. "Many officials, including you, have put the Fan family under the second prince's faction because of the relationship between Fan Manor and King Jing's manor. But who can prove this?" This edict from the Eastern Palace has given Fan Xian a chance to shine. If the Fan family is really as Master Gua says, I'm afraid they would not dare accept this mission. Xian Chiwu continued coldly, the most important thing is that Fan Xian is about to become the Prime Minister's son-in-law. Master Gua's judgment that Fan Xian will not be loyal to the Crown Prince is absurd. What's absurd about it? Guo Baoquan's eyes flashed with viciousness. Whether it's in court or in secret, it all shows that the Prime Minister has broken off relations with the eldest princess and is trying to break away from the palace's influence. As the Prime Minister of a country, he should not be controlled by the people in the palace. Xian Chiwu came to his senses and bowed to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince shook his head indifferently and signaled for him to continue. Xian Chiwu continued, what Master Gua said earlier is where the problem lies. Everyone knows that the Prime Minister has broken off relations with the eldest princess, but what does this have to do with the Eastern Palace? Does this mean that the Prime Minister is no longer loyal to His Majesty? Is he no longer on His Highness's side? The Crown Prince frowned. But, my aunt has been very angry with the Prime Minister lately. Your Highness, forgive me for being presumptuous, but you cannot change your attitude towards the Prime Minister because of the eldest princess's attitude. Xian Chiwu was neither servile nor overbearing. The Crown Prince's frown deepened. But... He wanted to say something, but stopped. Guo Baoquan took this opportunity to speak coldly. But if the Prime Minister is still the same as before, why hasn't he come to the Eastern Palace to pay his respects after the recent court meetings? Xian Chiwu smiled confidently and replied, I did not deny that. Your Highness, this is only an arrangement. It is far from a competition of strength between the two sides. Truly intelligent officials will naturally stick closely to His Majesty. This is enough to ensure the longevity of their families. The Prime Minister is the same. He may be wavering between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, but in the end, he will still listen to His Majesty's orders. If we want the Prime Minister to truly stand on our side. He took a deep breath. The key lies in Fan Xian. The Prime Minister no longer has a true son. Fan Xian is the future of the Lin family. If we can get Fan Xian to pledge allegiance to your Highness, the Prime Minister's attitude will naturally change. Guo Baoquan snorted. Don't forget the relationship between Crown Prince Jing and Fan Xian. And don't forget who worked for the person we found out a few days ago, Xian Chiwu said coldly. That person deliberately let Fan Xian and your Highness run into each other. Naturally, he hoped that your Highness would remember the grudge from a few days ago and humiliate Fan Xian so that Fan Xian would truly join his side. Fortunately, your Highness is wise. Naturally, you will not fall for such a despicable person's trick. The Crown Prince smiled warmly, somewhat pleased. If the Fan family is really on his side, why would he need to use such a trick? Xian Chiwu continued, I believe that with the Fan family's power, they will certainly find out the truth behind this matter. If they do find out that person did it, I fear that Fan Xian will bear a grudge. So we do not need to worry about the Fan family's current attitude. The Crown Prince was somewhat moved. He said softly, if the Fan family is still in the dark and has fallen for that person's trick, I might as well tell them. Taking in Fan Xian is the same as taking in the Fan family and the Lin family. The two great powers in the capital, the civil officials and the nobles, at least half of the people look to these two families. And in a few years, I'm afraid that even the palace treasury will be managed by this young man. Xian Chiwu said softly to the Crown Prince, an 8th-rank official can bring more than a few poems to the people of the capital. Chapter 127. The Crown Prince was moved. After a while, he finally made up his mind. He slapped the desk and said, "Very well, I will give Fan Xian a chance. I hope he will not disappoint me." The Eastern Palace's plan was set. Guo Baoquan was sad, Xian Chiwu was excited, and the Crown Prince felt that he was wise and tolerant. But none of them knew that the Empress and eldest princess had once tried to assassinate Fan Xian. The true power behind the Eastern Palace had already clashed with Fan Xian twice, once in Danzhou, and once in Niulan Street and at the foot of Tsang Mountain. Of course, they had no way of knowing that a few years later, things would become so absurd and inconceivable. The night in the royal palace was always more distant and dark than in other places. It hid all the truth and the past, and made it impossible to see what kind of face would appear in the near future. With the Overwatch Council's intelligence as their backing, the negotiations over the next few days suddenly changed. Northern Qi still wanted to use the sticky candy tactic to drag things out day by day, hoping to wear down the patience of the Qing court. Who would have thought that the powerful vice minister of the Honglu Temple, Xian Chiwu, would become even more ferocious over the past 2 days at the negotiation table? His aura had transformed into a mountain-splitting axe, chopping down on the other party again and again. After 3 rounds of negotiations, issues such as the exchange of prisoners, tribute, and titles were all resolved. All that was left was the difficult bone to chew, the redrawing of the borders between the vassal states. As the assistant envoy, Fan Xian watched the entire process with cold eyes. He greatly admired Xian Shaoqing's knowledge and charisma. He had not expected the Crown Prince to be surrounded by more than just ordinary people. Not everyone in the Eastern Palace was as annoying as Guo Baoquan. Xian Chiwu, in his free time during the negotiations, also had time to communicate with Fan Xian or observe him in secret. He was surprised that Fan Xian, so young, was able to maintain his composure. He increasingly felt that he could not see through this young nobleman. Overall, the negotiations went smoothly. Aside from the Overwatch Council's help in compiling the dossier, Fan Xian did not do much. But in the future, when it came to rewards, he would always be missing a share, so Fan Xian was very satisfied with his current life. The bookstore was managed by Qingyu Hall's 7th shopkeeper, and Fan Xizha often worked as an accountant, so there was no need for him to worry about it. Naturally, the women of the Lin and Fan manors were busy preparing for the wedding in 2 months. Even Lady Lu was very happy with the fact that Fan Xian was going to be the fake son-in-law. She played the role of a stepmother and was very busy. After all, if he married the emperor's adopted daughter, Fan Xian would probably not inherit the title of nobility. Furthermore, Lin Wanner had another identity. The old spinsters in the palace often came to the manor to make irresponsible remarks. Every few days, there would be an edict from one of the concubines, causing Count Sinan and Fan Jian to be badly battered. For Fan Xian, who had no understanding of the etiquette of the palace, these things were naturally avoided as much as possible. It was just that Lin Wanner and Ruoruo, who were helping their brother carry the ceremony, had to spend every day immersed in this pain. The second prince had asked Crown Prince Jing to speak on his behalf twice, wanting to invite Fan Xian for a meeting. But the encounter with the Crown Prince during the summer vacation had left a shadow in Fan Xian's heart, so he pushed it back to the end of the month, hoping that things would have calmed down by then. After all, it seemed that the Eastern Palace's attitude toward Fan Manor had changed. It wasn't that he dared to refuse the prince's invitation, but that he had used a good name. When he was working for the country, he dared not linger in Flower Alley. During these days, the only thing that worried him was Zhuang Mohan of the Northern Qi diplomatic mission, who had been living in seclusion, and Sigurd Jian's first disciple of the Dongyi diplomatic mission. Of these two, one was a scholar and the other a warrior, both were top figures in the world. It was a bit too quiet in the capital. Zhuang Mohan had been invited by the Empress Dowager to stay in the palace to give lectures, while Sigurd Jian's head disciple, Yunjilan, had remained with the diplomatic mission. Fan Xian paid the most attention to Yunjilan. After all, Zhuang Mohan's reputation as a scholar did not conflict with Fan Xian's, while Yunjilan had taken his life. But in the capital of the kingdom of Qing, Fan Xian believed that Yunjilan would not be so stupid as to seek vengeance on him alone. So what really bothered Fan Xian was a key. At night, he stared at the black leather case in a daze. The lock looked to be made of brass, but he had tried it before. Even the slender dagger that Fei Jia had left behind could not make a mark on it. It seemed that the material was strange. Behind the brass keyhole, there seemed to be some sort of mechanism, but if he could not obtain the key, he would not even be able to see what the mechanism looked like. Fan Xian had once tried to find some way to get to know Eunuch Hong of the palace, but after a few attempts, he realized something. Although he seemed to be doing very well in the capital, there was still a long way to go before he reached the top of the world. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince wanted to rope him in because of the Fan and Lin manners behind him. It was not because of anything special about him. And the area around the palace, because he did not need to look at the officials, he had no way of getting in touch with them. It was also not convenient for Warner to enter the palace often, so there was no one who could help him. Even if he wanted to get to know Hong Xixiang, it would be difficult, not to mention that he had to do as Uncle Wu Zhu said and keep him outside the palace for 2 hours. When the second prince used Crown Prince Li Hongqing to invite Fan Xian, he had cleverly used the mouths of others to see if he could get to know Eunuch Hong, but Li Hongqing shook his head. That old dog would only lie in the shade of the Empress Dowager's palace, and would never leave the palace. It looks like I have to change my plan. With a thud, Fan Xian kicked the case back onto the bed. Looking at Wu Zhu, who seemed to be asleep in the corner, he said, I have no way of dragging Eunuch Hong out. Wu Zhu slowly raised his head. I can lure him out, or you can try to find the key in the palace. Fan Xian was shocked. With his average ability of between the 4th level and the 6th level, did he want to die in the palace? But he narrowed his eyes and felt that this seemed to be a more feasible path. Uncle Wu Zhu always said that his power was only at the 3rd level, but he was able to kill Qing Jushu. It seemed that Wu Zhu's calculation ability was too strong, and so he underestimated his ability to use Shenqi. Of course, this was not something Fan Xian could say. If it really is too dangerous, why do I need this key? This was a question that had been lingering in Fan Xian's mind for a long time. If it's just out of curiosity, it doesn't seem worth it to take such a big risk. Don't you want to know what the lady left for you? I do. Fan Xian sat on the bed, his head slightly lowered. But I think that mother must want me to be happy, safe, and live happily in this world. If she put her son in danger because she wanted to know what she left for him, perhaps mother would not want it. Wu Zhu also lowered his head, the black cloth covering his eyes blending into the darkness around him. Although he was not looking at Fan Xian still felt a chill. You are very satisfied with your current life. Wu Zhu's voice was very cold. As always, he rarely asked questions. He was just calmly stating a fact. Fan Xian was startled. After he entered the capital, especially in the period after summer, he seemed to really enjoy the power, wealth, and stability that came with being the son of a noble family. But you cannot control your own life. Wu Zhu continued speaking coldly. Everything before you is constructed according to the plans of Qin Pingping and Fan Jian. Fan Xian felt a chill in his heart. He understood what Wu Zhu meant. But even though he had lived 2 lives, and thought he had seen the coldness and treachery of the world, he still did not dare believe this kind of judgment. He lowered his voice and said, Can you not even trust them? Wu Zhu's voice became even colder. It is my habit to trust no one. That kind of life will be very difficult. Fan Xian closed his eyes, as if he was simulating an eternal life in the dark. After they die, what will you do? Wu Zhu rarely asked a question, and this one hit Fan Xian where it hurt. Fan Xian frowned and said, I understand. Wu Zhu ignored his expression and continued speaking without a trace of emotion. The only thing that can protect you is not conspiracy, not power, not anything else. It is only power. You must remember this. Fan Xian stood up from the side of the bed and bowed respectfully toward this servant, this teacher, this elder brother. I do not know what the lady left you in the box, but I do know that you must have enough power to protect yourself and intimidate your enemies. Determination is also a kind of power, so I want you to find that key. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. When Fan Xian raised his head, he found that Wu Zhu had once again disappeared into the night. In the 10 years they had spent together, Wu Zhu rarely spoke so much in one go, other than on rainy nights when he thought of his mother. Fan Xian understood what Wu Zhu meant. The prosperity of the capital was bone-crushing and soul-consuming. It had indeed caused the calmness and strength that he had honed since he was young to show signs of weakness. This was a warning to him not to rely too much on the so-called power of his family and the legacy of his mother. These days, although he had worked hard to cultivate the tyrannical Jinqi in his body and to familiarize himself with the 3 poisonous needles, it was as Wu Zhu had said, his heart was not as strong as it had been in Danzhou. The only thing that can protect each and every one of us is our own strength. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Even the grass has to run out of the cracks in the rock. Ignore the sun and the rain. Take root deeper and make your stem sturdier. That is the right path. Chapter 128. The sky in the east had already turned red. The sun slowly rose from the sleepy clouds and shone on the capital's grandest buildings. The outer walls of the palace were even redder than the sky. They calmly and terrifyingly watched the crowd in the square in front of them. Fan Xian was also one of these people. He looked at the tall palace walls and the bottomless doorway at the bottom of the wall. He felt that this dark place was very much like the mouth of a monster. He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of nervousness. Fan Xian, like everyone else in the world, still felt a sense of awe when faced with this solemn symbol of imperial power. But awe didn't mean obedience, and it didn't mean no resistance. This was where he was different from everyone else. After the guards at the palace gate examined them, they nodded with a trace of arrogance. Fan Xian and his group obediently walked in. Today was the day of the festival, and the palace had issued an edict to summon an 8th-level functionary into the palace. The edict had arrived yesterday, and Fan Manor had been busy all night before deciding on the number of people to enter the palace. Naturally, Fan Jian wouldn't go. There were few women in Count Sinan's manor, so a few distant relatives of the Fan clan in the capital had come forward to volunteer. Fan Xian had never seen such excitement before, and Fan Jian coldly put an end to everyone's thoughts. In the end, it was decided that Lady Lu and Fan Ruoruo would accompany Fan Xian into the palace, along with 2 old nannies. These 2 old nannies had been around his grandmother's time in Danzhou, and were very familiar with the rules of the palace. Lady Lu's willingness to follow Fan Xian into the palace was somewhat unexpected to Fan Xian. He knew that although Lady Lu had never been promoted, she had in fact been in contact with some of the nobles in the palace since she was a child. Their relationship was not ordinary. With her by his side, Fan Xian's trip to the palace would probably be much smoother. The sound of light and hurried footsteps echoed in the quiet doorway. The doorway was so deep that the rising sun could only illuminate half of it. The other half was particularly dark. A cold wind suddenly blew out from the palace walls, making it difficult for everyone to keep their eyes open. The weather of August and September suddenly had a hint of the chilly late autumn. Fan Xian subtly touched his belt and felt the pills that were smaller than soybeans. He felt a little more at ease. He knew that the checks for entering the palace were particularly strict, so before he left the manor, he hid his secret crossbow and dagger in his room. However, Uncle Wu Zhu's lecture had left a deep impression on him. Even though he was in the royal palace, the safest place in the world, he still prepared a few life-saving tricks. Ta, 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 ta. Man is a very strange animal, and people are a very strange group. Walking under the quiet palace walls, the footsteps of the group of 6 people gradually became synchronized. They landed on the ground at the same time, and raised their feet at the same time. Following the little eunuch in the lead, they sounded the same monotonous syllable as if they were playing a 4-string zither at the same time. A wave of discomfort welled up in Fan Xian's heart. He forced himself to pause and let his footsteps stagger with the others. The synchronized footsteps under the palace walls were immediately broken. He gently pulled his sister's sleeve and said in a low voice, "I'm a little nervous." Fan Ruoro smiled and wanted to give him some encouragement. But the little eunuch in front of them turned his head and looked at Fan Xian with a frown. He seemed a little dissatisfied. Lady Lu frowned and said quietly, "The palace is not like other places. Be careful what you say." The little eunuch wasn't handsome, and he had a worried look on his face. Hearing Countess Sinan's words, he suddenly felt that he had gained some glory. Where was this? This was the royal palace. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected Lady Lu to continue with a smile. But there's no need to be nervous. I've been in this palace since I was a child. At that time, Eunuch Hong was the leader of the eunuchs. In the blink of an eye, it's little children who serve in the palace. Hearing this, the little eunuch in front of him didn't dare put on airs. He hurriedly walked into the palace. He had thought he was bringing some country bumpkins into the palace, but it turned out to be acquaintances visiting relatives. The royal palace was enormous. After the long entrance to the city, there was a large square made of bluestone, which made one feel suddenly enlightened. The early morning sun shone on the roof of the Taiji Palace's main hall, and the yellow glazed tiles reflected a dazzling luster. There was a large column several meters away from the hall, and the long stone steps in front of the hall looked like a white jade road leading to the Milky Way. Fan Xian squinted at the building in front of him, and a sense of absurdity welled up in his heart. He wondered if he had arrived at the palace museum. Perhaps this sense of absurdity diluted his nervousness and his sense of estrangement from the unfamiliar palace. For the rest of the journey, Fan Xian finally returned to his natural demeanor. He looked a little like he had when he first entered Fan Manor. His face was full of smiles, and he looked around at the palace maids and eunuchs with their heads bowed as they walked along the palace walls. Occasionally, he raised his head to look at the eaves in the distance, but he didn't know which palace it was, and he didn't know who lived there. The young eunuch shook his head, but a faintly discernible smile floated on Lady Lu's lips. She thought to herself, this eldest young master really has a personality that fears neither the heavens nor the earth. The purpose of entering the palace today was simple. The concubines in the palace wanted to see what the talented Fan Xian, who was about to marry Qin, looked like. Although the purpose was simple, the process was particularly complicated. So everyone in Fan Manor got up early, washed up, and dressed up. They rushed into the palace as soon as the palace doors opened, and then waited in a corner room, waiting for one of the concubines to summon them. Those who were summoned could wait, but the concubines in the palace were not willing to wait. Because he had gotten up so early, Fan Xian sat in the corner room, drinking the palace's fine tea. He was still sleepy, and his spirit was not good. Lady Lu glanced at him and stood up with a smile. She said to the eunuch who had come to greet them in the palace, "Eunuch Ho, long time no see." As she said this, she extended her finger and handed over the banknotes without the slightest hint of anger. Fan Xian peeked, and the corners of his lips curled up. He almost laughed. His aunt's methods had indeed been influenced by his father, and she relied on banknotes to beat people. Unexpectedly, Eunuch Ho looked embarrassed and respectfully said, "Lady Fan, aren't you slapping me in the face? You grew up with the masters in the palace, and I wouldn't dare beg for food here." Hearing this, Lady Lu couldn't help but laugh. "This is a reward for you, not a purchase. Who are you afraid of?" Eunuch Ho chuckled, and the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. He said quietly, "They know you're entering the palace today, and there's no reason for them to keep you waiting for too long. Don't worry, it's just that it's too early, and I'm afraid they're all busy washing up. I'll just sit for a bit." Fan Xian's ears twitched, and he realized that the old eunuch was referring to Lady Lu as Lady Fan. It seemed that the palace was already leaning towards Lady Lu's promotion. He also heard that the various palaces were still cleaning the courtyards in the morning. He had originally felt that he had woken up too early and had come too early. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, Eunuch Ho was right. Count Sinan was wise to have Lady Lu accompany him to the palace. Before the morning court had even begun, the 3 members of the Fan family had already entered the rear palace. The 2 old nannies were received outside, and there was good tea and water. They were old people who had been in the palace for a long time, and they didn't mind the boredom. The first to go was to Yi Guipin. She was the mother of the 3rd prince, and because she was a mother who relied on her son's status, she was promoted from a talented person to a Guipin. Fan Xian bowed respectfully, and then heard a gentle voice. "Rise." Yi Guipin was born plain and clean, but that was all. She was not at all as beautiful as Fan Xian had imagined. Much to Fan Xian's surprise, Lady Lu looked at Yi Guipin with moist eyes. After the 2 women bowed, they held hands and looked at each other, speechless. Fan Xian looked at his sister with a puzzled expression. Ruoro's face was calm, and she was not at all surprised. After listening to them talk for a while, Fan Xian realized that Yi Guipin was actually Lady Lu's cousin. Fan Xian was incomparably shocked. Only now did he realize that the Lu family had such deep roots. Fortunately, he had carried out a policy of appeasement after entering the capital, and Lady Lu had treated him kindly. Otherwise, if the 2 of them had really clashed, who knew who would have died? "Why haven't you come to the palace to see me?" Yi Guipin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "It's been 4 years, and you have the heart to leave me alone in the palace. It wasn't easy to get an edict to summon you to the palace to talk with me. Who knew you wouldn't come? You've really depressed me to death." A trace of sadness flashed across Lady Lu's face. She didn't speak for a while. After a while, she said quietly, "It's my fault. It's all my fault." She didn't look at Fan Xian, but Fan Xian looked at Lady Lu's slightly thin shoulders. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Hearing Yi Guipin speak of 4 years, he very sensitively thought of the assassination attempt in Danzhou. According to his father, Lady Lu was only a scapegoat for the assassination attempt. The real masterminds behind the scenes were the 2 most noble women in the palace. Was that the reason Lady Lu hadn't entered the palace for 4 years? "In the future, I will often come to the palace to see you." Lady Lu smiled warmly and took Yi Guipin's hand. "Didn't I come today?" Yi Guipin's anger turned into a smile. "If it weren't for the fact that the young master of the Fan family is going to marry the most precious girl in the palace, I wouldn't have hoped to see you." She turned to Fan Xian and asked gently, "You are Fan Xian?" Fan Xian hurriedly stood up. His elegant face was filled with the warmest of smiles. He bowed to the ground. "Nephew Fan Xian greets Aunt Lu." This was against the rules. The palace maids and eunuchs were stunned. Lady Lu was also a little surprised. She thought to herself, I'm not your real mother. But Fan Xian shamelessly claimed a relationship. Clearly, Yi Guipin, who was tired of the rules of the palace, liked it. She looked at Fan Xian and beamed. You really are a good child. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.